We're live. Huh? We're live. Okay. It's not showing the movie because I set it up for 8 o'clock exactly. So it's not 7 minutes. You see it? Looks good.
Okay, so are we all here? Who's missing anything? Okay. I call this meeting to order at 7:54 p.m. I'd like to begin with a roll call. Thank you.
Senator Andrew Law. Present. Senator Fernando Echeverria.
Present.
Senator Nayeli Figueroa. Senator Nafi Karim.
Present.
Senator Abraham Gabon.
Here.
Senator Shelley Matar.
Here.
Senator Santa Sally. Senator Michael Irvin.
Present.
Senator Ranjit Nair.
Present.
President Pro Tempore Aaron Johnson.
Present.
Senator Kelly Tran. Senator Tin Zin.
Present.
Senator Salam Rashidi. Senator Neil Darmoni. Senator Sean Famian.
Here.
Senator Jessica Moncayo. Elections Director Christopher Sanchez. Marketing and Promotions Director Rubina Thought.
Present.
Personal Chair Director Daniel Dianich. Outreach Director Nina Cotto. President Saif Atalia. Executive Vice President Armando Saldana.
Present.
Vice President of Internal Affairs Shani Ta. Vice President of External Affairs Kani Marif. Vice President of Finance Janice Payne.
How many senators present? How many absent?
15 present and 1 absent.
Did you meet quorum? Outreach Director Nina Cotto?
For this inquiry, is it okay if we have electronic devices out?
Electronic devices out.
Yeah, so iPad and computers, are those allowed for members of the Senate?
Yeah, it should only be for meeting and because it will be utilized, well, your meeting will be updated with the social media and it will be dealing with the legislation. So, that's it, I got
But there would be possible if we done because here in it's very difficult for all of us to see the school and so to have the
Okay.
Can you do it while the LSU?
Yes. Just focus, it'll be, so only electronics will be available during the LRC report, and that'll be the only exception. That includes special posting for the other exception that has to do for updating the social media. Okay. Thank you very much, I'll make sure I forget content. So, good evening, everybody. I do apologize for being a few minutes late. We're trying to get it settled. This is the first time that we've had a meeting here in this class, in this particular room, so we're trying to get adjusted to everything. Once again, my apologies for being late. A couple reminders, because we do have, this evening we're going to be visiting some controversial legislation. I'd like to remind everybody in the room to please remain respectful of everybody in this room. I'd like to ask everybody to refrain from making any rude comments, or if you have something to say, you just keep it to yourself. We don't want to hear any shouting from either side or from anyone, unless you are unless you're the individual speaking and addressing the Senate. The other reminder is for members of Senate, if you have cell phones, please go ahead and silence them because we don't want phones ringing during the agenda, during the meeting, if you will. For section C, approval of the agenda, everyone should have a copy of the agenda. We did make some copies available, right? We did place them in the back. So there should be some copies of the agenda, so if you'd like to follow along, we did make some copies in the back. If we did run out, our apologies. Moving on to section D for approval of the Senate meeting minutes. For approval of the Senate meeting minutes, for the interest of time, we have passed that around and they will be on my right-hand side. Please continue, get those moving on, because I do need the other side to sign it. Last week's meeting, people installed minutes and people had rushed them. So please move those on as we carry on with our meeting. A couple announcements here also before we move on. I'd like to really thank the Highlander for streaming this meeting live. We'll be streaming the meeting live throughout the entire evening. So thank you very much to Michael and his entire fantastic team for coming out this evening and for streaming the meeting live. Thank you to the Marketing Promotion Director, Being Thought, for coordinating that with the Highlander. And thank you to his staff for working on the social media. So they'll be updating the Facebook and the Twitter account if you'd like to follow along. So if you have a laptop, some sort of iDevice, you can follow along and via our Facebook and our Twitter. And I think we did make the link available over here to my left. That's your right. Okay. At this time, I'd like to then go ahead and move on to section E for ex officios. If there are any ex officios this evening, I'd like to ask you to step to the front of the room so we can occupy the seats in the front. Senator Shetty Matar? Yeah. I'm going to get to the agenda real quick. Sorry. I just needed to make that announcement for the ex officios before we move on. So if you're an ex officio, you can stand in the front, and then you'll be utilizing the mics on the side in order to speak. Okay? For approval of the agenda this evening, as Senator Shetty Matar noted, we need to approve the agenda. So this evening we do have senator reports. I would like to make a comment by letting senators know that this evening, because there are pressing legislation, there are 3 special presentations that were approved. We have MLB for 10 minutes, Ben Morag for 10 minutes, and Neela Darmani for 5 minutes. So it's a total of 25 minutes, and I'm pretty sure Senate's going to want to have a discussion. So please keep that in mind, senators, as you present your report. I'd encourage you all to yield your time to the other action items that we have on our agenda. And members of the community, if you'd like to read about the reports, they'll be online we can have today. So we'll make those available to you. And you can also contact your fellow representative via email if you have any questions about the report as well. As this evening, we do have the Senate reports. We have public comment, the special reports, and then we have public forum thereafter following the special reports, followed by Section J, which is subcommittee reports. Subsection 1, legislative review committee, will be when we'll be visiting the resolutions. Okay, so we're going to try to get on with this very quickly. At this time, then, I'd like to open the floor for a motion to approve the agenda. If there are no amendments.
I'd like a motion to amend the agenda to move section H, I, and J before senator reports.
H, I, and J before senator reports. Okay, so those go in that order, and the senator reports will follow thereafter.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Is there a second? Second by Senator Nafi Karim. All those in favor?
My report doesn't need to be started over and I'm not sure if it's about that, but I don't think it's up to
Okay. Senator Shannon Matar, can you then go ahead and amend your amendment so that we can, in the interest of time, if you can make subsection 3 for under section J, the last item that we speak after the senator reports.
Yeah, I'll amend my motion.
Okay. Okay. And with that, second was second by Senator Nafi Karim. All those in favor? Yes, Senator Nantala. Neela will be going at the very end.
Why are we changing protocol?
At the very end.
You want to go before protocol? Why didn't Neela go when she's supposed to?
excuse me, I ask that you all refrain from making any comments. If you have any questions, you need to email your representative directly. I would like to make sure that we keep it very professional and that we respect each other. Please, thank you. Proceed. After public comment. Okay. Okay. So second by Senator Nafi Quinn. All those in favor? 1, 2. So now I can see that. 3, 4. All those opposed? 6. All those opposed? 1. And abstain. 1. Okay. 12. Okay. 13, 1, 1. The agenda passes. We're going to move on then with the, since the agenda has been amended, we're going to move on to session E for ex officio reports. This evening, we have, looks like we have RJ, right? RJ, last time, and slash ASP, and RJ. Any other ex officio this evening that touches us? Okay, I'd like to begin with RJ, and maybe if you can take one of the next, maybe.
Okay, so hello everyone. So I just have an update on our elections from RHA. The last couple weeks we elected our executive cabinet for next year. Our executive president-elect is Isabel Castillo. Our 4 voting presidents from AI, the winner was Ms. Francisco Reyes. In Logan, it was Justin Wong. Harlan Hills is Megan Boya, and Glenmore is Chelsea Mier. And lastly, this Friday, we'll be interviewing and selecting our 4 new vice presidents for next year. Thank you.
Very much.
So we do our upcoming Chicano Latino Youth Conference, which is this Saturday, April 26th. It will be an all-day event. We are still looking for a lot of volunteers. We do have a confirmed 800 students, and we're still looking to get about 50 to 100 more. So we're expecting about 900 students, and we still have volunteers that are needed. If you guys do plan volunteering this Thursday, we're having a explanation of a little bit, a rundown of the different workshops, what are the volunteers, what are their responsibilities and what they will be doing. We have 2 separate meetings, one that will take place both in the Chicano Civics Program's contact room. One will be from 2 to 3, and the second will be from 5 to 6. Also, Raza Assembly is still going through their nomination. We do have open positions, so if anyone is interested, please let me know or walk into Chicano Civics Programs, and we'll be happy to discuss which positions are open. Another thing from Chicano Civics Programs, we are hosting the Juegos at Slan, and this quarter it'll be our softball tournament. So if you guys are interested, maybe you can get an ASUCR team, and we can get you guys to come out. It's $50 per team, 5 male, 5 female, and the deadline to sign up is May 9th, and the actual event will take place May 18th.
Thank you, Jessica. I have a question for you, Jessica. Are you going to need any volunteers, or would you like ASUCR members to be present?
Yes, we would hope to have as many volunteers as we can. If you do plan on volunteering and cannot make it to the meeting, you can actually show up at 6:30 on Saturday and help set up. Even throughout the day, if we do need more volunteers, or if you guys can just come in the morning to help set up, it'd be great.
A big favor and send me an email so I can forward it to all members of staff.
Yeah, of course.
Any of those that are interested, I'll be on Saturday morning and we'll have that information. Thank you very much, Jessica. Okay. With that said, are there any other ex officio that would like to address Senate this evening? If so, please rise to the microphone and then you may address them. No? Okay. Fair enough. So we're going to go ahead and move on then. That concludes section E for ex officio reports. We're going to, the next item on our agenda is special reports. That we do have 3 special reports this evening. I'm sorry, 2, but we did move 1 special report to after public comment. So the first special report is subsection 1, Emma Ali. We do have your presentation up on the computer, so it'll be on on the screens on the side, so you'll be able to see it, and then just go ahead and instruct Sean's when you'd like for him to move on, or move on to the next slide. And then hopefully you don't have audio. Maybe you can change one of the mics, whichever one you prefer.
Change to the presentation. I first president student part as working for harmonizing and shedding responsibility.
Okay, that's fine. So the presenter yields her right to present her presentation as she filed for to the following individuals that were named. So for the 3 individuals that were named, please rise to the mic. There are 2 mics, so if you want to use the 2, or if you just want to use one, that works. While they're getting ready, I do want to make one official announcement about special presentations, actually legislation in general. I do want to officially announce that legislation will only be reviewed by the associate students here at UC Riverside by current enrolled students. So non-enrolled students do not file for any pieces of legislation. That is particularly because we are here to represent the student body, and the student body that we represent are the ones that pay the ASUCR fee, quarterly fee. So,
I think we're going to go to the first slide.
it's there.
Yeah.
Thank you. You may proceed. You do have 10 minutes. Time begins when you begin speaking. Thank you.
I'm Armand Azzetti. I'm a first-year student.
I'm TR. I'm a third-year vice president of SJP.
And I'm Shad Tar. I'm a chat senator. So, what are we here again? Mainly because people on the ground in Palestine are still suffering from Israeli human rights violations, and the UC is still invested in these war crimes against humanity. Also, it's backed by popular demand. Once we walked out of the first divestment meeting, most people in SJP were willing to quit. It was only at the behest of individual students, individual senators, entire student boards, encouraging us to keep going with this. So it wouldn't have happened if it was just SJP. This was also a new resolution. I know there was a lot of concern that we were going to just be presenting the same thing. That's not true. So what has changed and what's the same? Mainly language has been softened. That was one of the biggest problems. Apartheid was seen as a word that was very incriminating. It was used very strong. That was stricken from the titles. In fact, stricken from the entire document. However, the goal is still divestment, and the corporations we intend to divest from are still the same, because the crimes they're committing have not, the crimes they're complicit in have not changed either. Also, there have been clauses that emphasize SJP's commitment, and it's a commitment to student safety, respect for everyone on campus. Additionally, clauses were amended and expanded upon that highlight Senate's responsibility to invest ethically and its commitment to human rights.
Okay, so this is a statement released by SJP on April 18, 2014, where basically we just stated that divestment was coming back, but we ended it with the 4 tenets of heart and soul. The first one being integrity. We seek integrity morally and ethically with ourselves and the companies we do business with. The second one being accountability. We hold ourselves accountable with the companies we do business with. The third one being excellence. We aim for excellence not only academically but socially as well. And the last one being respect. We aim to have respect for ourselves and our fellow Highlanders. And we are the 6th most diverse school in the nation, so why not act like it? And we ended with a call on those representing our university to do the same and uphold the same standards. Okay, so this is countering the argument that BDS is bad. BDS is not a bad thing. It was started in 2005 by Palestinian people on the ground, not the government, not a political party, but actual Palestinians living in Palestine. So the first one being boycott. Individuals boycott products. So for example, I don't buy SodaStream because the factory of SodaStream is built on stolen Palestinian land. The next one being divestment is what we want to do. So we want institutions to divest from merger. So yeah, basically what we want to do is just divest. And then the last one is sanctions that is done by the federal government to other nations.
So I'm going to talk about the conditions for ending the boycott, because last time in the meeting, the people who are not for divestment brought up this thing that the co-founder of the BDS movement is this crazy radical guy who wants to see Israel's demise. And this was kind of harped on by Senator Moncayo and Sean throughout the whole meeting, that he wants to see Israel's demise, because the quote was that the boycott will end when apartheid ends, the boycott will end, blah, 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 blah. But the thing is BDS has rules, it has a reason, it has rules for action. You cannot target individuals with this boycott, you cannot directly hurt people, you can only target corporations and institutions. And the way the boycott is going to end is when these three rules are met. So one is ending the occupation and colonization of Palestinian lands and dismantling the wall, recognition of the fundamental rights of Arab Palestinians in Israel. So that deals with the apartheid aspect of it. So that does not fulfill, if apartheid does end in Israel, it's not going to stop it though, because you still have to respect the third rule, which is the right of return. So all Palestinians who have been kicked off their land are allowed to return back. So that's that. Next, please. So this is something I wanted to talk about very, very much so. And this is this double standard of divestment and any activism for Palestine that's kind of popped up here and across the nation, because divestment has been talked about all throughout the nation. I mean, just some examples of this is you had a SJP from Northwestern University 1 month ago was banned by their administration just because they put flyers in, they didn't get their flyers approved. The whole organization got banned off the campus. In the University of Michigan, they brought up a divestment resolution similar to this, and their student senate didn't even look at it. They didn't even listen to students. They didn't even take their opinion. They just tabled it indefinitely. In San Diego State, just a professor of Arabic put a map of Arabic-speaking countries, and because he put Palestine on a map, he was fired from his job for that. And even here at UCR, we have this double standard of anytime something that a pro-Palestine or pro-divestment side has to do, we have to contact the people who aren't against it. We have to make sure they're okay with the presentation. We have to make sure that they're given this equal representation. We have to basically meet them halfway when they're not putting the same effort towards us.
4 minutes, right?
And this is just something ridiculous to me, that in any other resolution we've done that's dealt with a controversial issue, we did one about API last week. We didn't have to go out and go to like a white supremacist and say, oh, well, what's your opinion on being racist towards Asians? It's just ridiculous that this double standard of, oh, make sure the other side's okay with everything you're doing. Even this presentation had to be cut down by 5 minutes because the other side only had 10 minutes. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little over. Next, please.
Okay, so this is one of the common arguments that you hear is that this is not a student issue. Why should we, even care? But this is a student issue. We pay tuition, we pay fees to the, therefore we are UC students, and we should have a say of where our money goes. Student issues are not limited solely to academics. Student issues can be, the snack wagon or the food truck festival. It doesn't just have to be about academics. And this also disregards the students of the UC that are personally affected by this issue, those people that actually have family in Palestine that are being affected by this occupation.
So it's also said that this will hurt campus climate, and it's a divisive resolution. On that note, I think it's important to consider that 75 registered student organizations are endorsing this bill, so that's probably equivalent to several hundred, if not a few thousand, that are supporting this. Next, historically, any social justice issue has been labeled divisive. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go and list every single time they've said you can't change society or you can't change anything because it's going to divide people.
But if we're simply going to say that we should table or disregard this issue simply because it's going to result in two different sides, have two different opinions, then what's the point of even having debate on anything? What's the point of ASUCR? I mean, we have, as I'm speaking, we have elections going on. That's, I mean, the logic of which this resolution is being accused, that elections are extremely divisive. And this is even assuming that this will be divisive. We have, I don't need to remind everyone that this has passed at other UCs before. There was not a marginalization of students. There was not tensions increased along ethnic lines. But one of the biggest things is, and I get this asked, well, why are you guys singling out Israel? Why is Israel the main example in this? And that's based off these goals. So this was designed by Leslie Heinberg, and it's specific, measurable, action-focused, realistic, and timely. Obviously, if we put a resolution that said we want to end human suffering in all of the world, it would pass 100%, no problem. Well, what's that going to do? That's going to be an example of armchair legislation where nothing's going to happen after that. This is something that's doing something specific. It's asking for something specific, a certain call to action, and people are going to say, oh, well, the regents aren't going to do anything like that. But the regents have divested before. They have listened to students before, and once enough schools do it, it will pass. We're just another cog in this machine. Next, please. Oh, and that. Okay, and then the regents will not comply, with that, this part of, like I said, it's part of a UC-wide movement. Once they listen to us, they'll have to listen to another school, and they're going to end up doing it. You can see here is an example of them divesting from South Africa back then. And this whole, last thing about this opening the floodgates to more legislation. If someone wants to bring up, human rights violations in Bangladesh or something, let them do it. If this is the precedent that we have to set for that, let them do it. It's our job to look at these kind of things.
30 seconds remaining.
There's a little video we had, but we obviously have no time for it. So could you skip forward, please? Oh, and then this is just to end on this really quick. We had SGP went out and they asked students, well, why do you support divestment? And you can scroll through it. Just scroll through it. And some of the common answers why. We got to give a voice to voiceless next. Support divestment because human violations are wrong.
Next time, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so for questions, members of the Senate, I ask that you write down your questions on a piece of paper, as there will be a discussion forum following all the presentations once we've heard all the presentations. At the end of the presentations, I will ask the speakers to rise to the front, and then you will address them, like we did last quarter. Okay, so use your agenda to write any notes if you have any questions for the presenters in the meantime. At this time, I'd like to ask Ben Nora to rise, please. You do have 10 minutes for your presentation. Sean, can you go ahead and put that up, please? Could you close the presentation?
I just wanted to let you know what you're reading. I'm sorry this is not enough for everybody, but it's some letters addressed directly to you from a couple different people. Take a look at it. Also, in the back of it, there's a lot of the comments that were made at the public forum at UCLA when they tried to pass divestment. A lot of the things they claimed, and a breakdown of why it's wrong. It's all there for you. Enjoy that. So, my name is Ben Morak. You guys already pretty much know me. I've been here before. This is now a quarterly thing, I guess. I thought it was an annual thing. But yeah, let's get started. All right, so one of the reasons that this resolution was allowed to come back was that SGP claimed that we did not make enough effort to reach across the aisle. I take legitimate offense to that because I had a resolution on the floor which I thought was pretty neutral, acknowledged suffering on both sides and responsibility on both sides. And out of respect and interest to work with SJP, I tabled it indefinitely. I pulled it aside. There were some issues with it. I said, you know what? I'm gonna scratch this. Let's work together on something. We had a meeting. I think it was, it was a rough first meeting, but that's how first meetings generally are. At the end of the first meeting, though, members of SJP said explicitly, regardless of what happens here, you realize that divestment is still passing. We're still bringing it back. So I was kind of like, well, why did I come here? Why did I, make an effort to be here with you? Why did I make an effort to scratch my resolution to work with you? I was pretty upset by that. That's not what compromise is. That's not what working together is. That's not what common ground is. That was pretty frustrating. If you could move on to the next slide. The other thing that another reason that they brought it back was they softened the language and changed it. So if you look on the left, it has the former bill, SR12, and you can see how it's in white is what they had before, and then on the right is what's in this resolution. And basically, they changed the word apartheid to forced occupation, and they got rid of, as the example of student activists exposing South Africa's apartheid system shows. So if you look in it's kind of dark, and I'm sorry for that, but it also says, what it says is, it is imperative for students to stand, here, let me read it from the right, sorry. It is imperative for students to stand unequivocally against all forms of racism and bigotry, globally and on campuses, including, but not limited to. So that's saying that everything following is forms of racism and bigotry. And they compare the forced occupation to Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, homophobia, among other things. So they didn't use the word apartheid, but they still said the same thing. Also, if you look in the rest of the bill, they just claim that they removed apartheid from the bill. It's still in the bill. It's like, we're going to compare it to this, but it's not technically, we're not going to drop the word apartheid. So I don't really understand how that really changes it. And if you go to the next slide, please. This is the other thing that they added, I think is actually a very good addition. I agree with this initiative. I hope it's legitimate and it's heartfelt. It shouldn't affect campus life. It should be their focus of what they're going after, and it shouldn't split the campus. Listen, I'm Israeli myself, but I identify as a liberal, and I sympathize with the Palestinians, and I want to help them out. But when you make a legislation as a public university that literally says Israel, what they're doing to defend themselves is illegitimate, and we only support Palestinians, that to me sounds like bias and non-neutrality, and that's why I'm opposed to this. If you go to the next slide, please. Another thing that's kind of frustrating is, if we water it down, it's still going to be a BDS victory for them. Because for them, it's all about anything against Israel. And if, this isn't the first time where they watered something down and brought it to the Senate. If you look at this as an example of what happened at Berkeley. So at Berkeley, this is a letter from the president of the Senate there, and he says, I want to make it clear that the resolution is not linked to the BDS movement. And I'm just paraphrasing, and this is in no way a victory, okay? But what does it say on the BDS movement website? If you see Berkeley Student Senate passes the divestment bill, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter if you change it a bit, it's still a victory for them, and that's what matters to them. The other thing I wanted to say is what type of precedent are we trying to set? If someone brings a resolution to the floor, it doesn't pass, and they bring it back in literally a very similar form, are we going to vote on it again every time just because they're adamant and they're determined to keep bringing it back? Is that a precedent we're trying to set every year? I mean, I'm asking you guys. That's a legitimate concern, Please move on to the next one. Oh, that's very. Sorry, that's not how it should be. But basically, this slide. Maybe if I step back, I could. Oh, really? Well, this is key points from the BDS website, or from the BDS handbook. And it basically says, you can look this up yourself, it's online. It basically says, if it doesn't work, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. And that's exactly what they're doing, And it also says that this is a stepping stone for a broader boycott of Israel. This is just, their whole idea is to delegitimize Israel and bring an end to Zionism. That's, you'll see a later quote on that. That's all they're trying to do here. They're not trying to have a dialogue. They're not trying to have, any form of, public interaction between the two. Any sort of interaction between both communities, any sort of compromise, they're completely against it. So it's, I don't understand. I'm trying to work with somebody here, but they're not allowed to work with me. How am I supposed to move forward? What's my time, by the way? 5 minutes remaining. Thank you. Move on to the next one. Another thing that really hurts me is they break down all these things, which, they talk about all these security measures, which Israel's doing, to hinder the lives of the Palestinians. And it basically frames the situation that Israel is the oppressor and the Palestinians are guiltyless victims. They didn't do anything to deserve it. And I ask you, if a conflict has been raging for so long, do you think that's a legitimate situation where one side is a complete oppressor and the other one hasn't done anything wrong? Don't you think someone would have stepped in, someone would have done something? That's excuse my French, but it's ridiculous. It's the Palestinians, it's unfortunate what's happening to them, and I want to help them out, but they have a role in what's happened in history. As soon as the state of Israel was created, all of Israel's neighbors invaded. Israel is a story of determination and the desire for self-determination and the ancestral homeland of the Jews. And I agree with you. It's not. I don't want it at the cost of the Palestinians, but there's so many offers that came across the Palestinians that were neglected, and they shut it down in 2000 and 2008. They pretty much were offered to return the entire West Bank and Gaza, and it was shut down because they didn't want to do anything. They didn't want to work with Israel. Israel is determined to solve this, and it's just frustrating. Anyways, this is a demonstration about how checkpoints save lives. If you look at it, in 2013, over 1,000 attempts attempted attempts to attempted assaults and attacks against Israelis were attempted. Sorry, let me read myself. But Israel has a legitimate security concern. If you don't acknowledge that in these type of resolutions, you're not being neutral. This is not a neutral stance. That's a real issue. You're a public university. You can't just do that. Please move on to the next one. It talks a lot about the resolution. Criticizes the building of the wall. The wall is 95% chain link fence. Okay, and it legitimately prevents them from doing what they're trying to do. Last time I showed you quotes from Hamas telling us, we're trying to get security, we're trying to get suicide bombers to come in, and you can't get through the wall. If you go to the next slide, so that's in the red. It shows you all the attempts. It's not like the attempts have gone down substantially. If you look at the number of casualties, it has. We're succeeding. It's unfortunate that we have to go to such brave, such intense situations of defense, but Israel has learned over its entirety that we have to defend ourselves and we have to do that at any cost. And it's unfortunate that we have to do this. If you actually go to the next slide. Okay, so actually it's missing a slide. Sorry about that. But I wanted to talk about the rockets. So I went to we had an Israel 101 event, and some members of SJP were there, and we talked about the rockets that are constantly being bombarded on Israel. And in the south of Israel, from Gaza, Hamas is sending out Katyusha rockets, which is not a joke. I don't know if you've ever been, attacked by a Katyusha rocket. I have. I spent, I was born in Israel, and I spent a substantial amount of time in the south. My grandmother is from Beersheba. 1 minute remaining. And it sucks because you're sitting there enjoying yourself, and all of a sudden at 11 o'clock at night, you hear, in Israel it's called the red alarm. And immediately you have to hit the ground. You have 15 seconds before a rocket is coming to kill you. How do you not acknowledge that in any sort of this resolution? Another thing they talk about in these resolutions is the UN. The UN and all these different bodies saying Israel's doing things wrong. If you look at this is they talk about Castled, okay? Castled is it was in 2008 war between Gaza and Israel, between Hamas and the IDF, and they talk about how we slaughter civilians. Israel, if you go to the next slide, as a principle, laid down leaflets before they would go into any area, and they said, listen, there's a combatant here. We we have to take him out because he's shooting rockets at Israel. That's enough. And we're going to step in. And if you don't want to be harmed, move out of the way. No one ever has done that before. This is the former commander of British forces in Afghanistan. Can I just finish my sentiment? Just move on to the next slide. Move on to the next slide. Thank you very much.
Okay. So at this time, since that concludes the special report, since Senator Neil Lamani will be presenting after public comment, we're going to have a 5-minute, I've allocated 5-minute discussion per presentation. So there will be a 5-minute discussion per presentation, and then we will hear, after the 5-minute discussion per presentation, over 10 minutes, so 5 for Emma's presentation, 5 for Ben's presentation. Then we will move forward into the speakers list that I have here. I have a couple of images on the present. Okay. At this time, I'd like to take hands for Emma Ali's presentation with the 3 presenters. So, sorry. Senator Emma. Questions only. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? So I just have President Pro Tempore Aaron Johnson and President Is that it? Yes.
So this section is only for questions. Will there be a section for comments?
Yeah, we should. I would check in a comment. Anyone else? There should only be questions regarding, we're going to have the discussion after this speaker, and then we're going to have the discussion in all issues to go to the legislation. And we got questions in regards to the presentation. We'll have time for the discussion during the LRC session. Okay? Anyone else? Yeah? Okay. At this time, President Pro Tempore Aaron Johnson, you have the floor. You do have 5 minutes. If you can pass the mic, you have one mic over there, and then there'll be one mic on the side. Yes, the speakers' slides, thank you very much, everyone. So the 3 speakers, Coach Shadi, Tina, and Armand. And then if you can stand by the mics, or you can get the other mic if you like. When you're ready,
Okay, thank you, and good evening, and welcome back to the Senate again regarding this issue. So my primary question for this evening is that, taking us back to February 12th meeting, once the Senate heard both arguments from both sides, many senators, such as myself, Senator Sean Fahmian, and Senator Ranjit Nair, requested that we would be brought for a resolution that was bipartisan, that echoed both sides. Now, when Amal came to LRC, she expressed that SJP was unsuccessful in working with Hillel, that members were, quote, uncooperative and unwilling to work on a divestment resolution. I want to get on the record, and I'm going to be asking the author of SR 13, Ben Rag, as well. In your opinion, was Hillel uncooperative? And this is really directed to Tina, the Vice President of SJP. Were you all not willing to work together? What is really the full story that happened there? Because I'm feeling like it's a point of contention.
Well, to be honest, I was not at that meeting. I had class or something, I don't remember. But I was not at the meeting. But they involved at the meeting, so I think they can answer the question better.
Yeah, so when we facilitated the meeting to meet with Ben and to work on this new resolution, throughout the whole email chain, throughout the whole thing, it was, working on divestment. And, we set up the projectors, we put everything, we met in the conference room, everyone met us together, it was great. And we had the divestment resolution up there. And the first question that Ben asked was, well, I thought we're not working on a divestment resolution. The whole premise we've been working on is that we're going to be editing a divestment resolution. So we said, okay, we'll start from scratch. I'm sorry, I'll remove it from the screen. So the goal is going to be divestment, right? Because we're working on a divestment resolution. No, we're not. I didn't agree to work on a divestment resolution. When the whole time we had agreed we're going to work on a divestment resolution. So we said, okay, we are going to still present a divestment resolution. We're going to try and work on a new one that kind of meets both ways. Like we acknowledge that Israel has security claims and that the Palestinians are suffering, whether that be whatever. So we did meet under those circumstances, but I guess there was some confusion on if we worked on a divestment resolution or not. Armin was there as well.
Yeah, personally, as far as I understood, it was just ambiguous, and it was I guess a misunderstanding what we were about to work on. Right, like you said, right when we walked in, we were surprised to learn that the other side had immediately said, "Wait, we're not working on this." So, Shadi said it very well.
Thank you very much.
Alright, so just to clarify then, so the three of you would agree then with Amal's sentiment that Hillel was unwilling to work on any divestment resolution. Are you agreeing with her statement?
Highlanders from Israel it's not willing to work on a divestment. Hillel is a religious organization.
Okay, so Highlanders for Israel were unwilling to.
In my opinion, yes, they've said they're not willing to work on a divestment resolution together, but on something else, yes, they want to work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's 2 minutes left under this discussion. President Secretary, when you're ready.
Testing. Okay. So I just want to start by saying thank you to both sides for coming and speaking again. I think it's important because we had a couple people absent last time, so it's great to bring up your points again. So I want to start by saying it is our job as your student elected officials to represent and take into consideration the perspective of all students on this campus, not just one side. So I know it was Armand, you were stating that there wasn't tension or a divide on other campuses when this passed. And then Tina, you previously, there was not a divide. And then you previously stated that we are the 6th most diverse university in the nation. I just want to put it in perspective and say that it's different for every university, so you have to take into consideration student population before you make that kind of claim that it wouldn't divide. So I just want to get your perspective in terms of what you would think would happen if this resolution did pass to our student climate, given that we are the most diverse university, or the 6th most, according to you.
1 minute remaining.
Whoever wants to answer it.
Well, what I would think would happen, honestly, in my personal opinion, not much. Again, like you said, it's unique to every campus, but based on what has happened at other campuses, again, it's hard to predict. It's a hypothetical. It's in the future. So, but like I said, what we know from other campuses, and you're right to say that it's unique. It has not resulted in some kind of like an up in arms brawl. It has campus life proceeded as normal.
So I just want to remind and reflect, and for those of you who were here last year, when it did pass last year, we did definitely see a divide in our campus within both communities, or we did have students that did come to the Senate meeting and say they felt marginalized. So I just want to consider that into our university. And I do have one more question before time runs out. I know last resolution was asked this specific question, and I know this time resolution.
Can I get a motion to approve one time?
Can I just finish my thought? A motion to allow me to finish my thought?
Okay. Motion to allow President Secretary to finish his thought. Is there a second? Second by Council Pro Tempore Johnston. All those in favor? I need you to raise your hands. Aye. Sorry. All those opposed? 1 and abstain. If someone not vote, there should be 15 and we have 14. All those in favor? Oh, Shadi. That's right. Okay, abstain. Thank you. Okay, 13-1-0. That passes. President Secretary, please continue.
Yes, so I just want to ask whoever wants to answer this again. What is your own words? What does the BDS movement mean to you, and does this resolution align with the BDS movement?
I guess to tackle your first question, I guess what would happen if it passed, and what would happen here. Well, I guess the answer to that is you would have people come to the Senate meeting saying the same things. That, oh, I feel marginalized, I feel hurt, I feel targeted. But at the same time, this is about companies. Unless your dad is the founder of Caterpillar or Cemex, you have not. Yeah, unless your dad is the founder of Caterpillar, I don't think you should feel marginalized or anything like that, because it states 100 times it's not targeting any specific students, it's targeting companies. It's about money and financial situations. And then what was your second question? I'm sorry.
So what, in your perspective or words?
This aligns with the BDS movement. Well, yeah, it's not. This isn't some secret like, oh, we're going to secretly pass a BDS. This is a divestment resolution, and there's nothing wrong with that. Divestment is a peaceful thing. We're not saying, after this passes, everyone go blow yourselves up. We're saying, stop investing in companies. It's the most peaceful thing you can do is not spend money. So.
If you want, like, mine's basically the same.
Sorry, just in response to one of the first things you said. I'm sure we have a lot of Palestinians here today who can say that they feel marginalized by UC's complicity in action of their families. So that's something to consider.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on then. This time I'll ask Ben Moraz to rise to the women's speaker. And then, yes, I'll be sure to do it. You were, but time expired and the motion was only to allow President, which is not. Okay, Ben, if you can rise to the speaker, the microphone. At this time, I'd like to take any hands for questions for Ben. There's 5 minutes for the presentation. Good. Chatty. And Nina. Okay. Fernando. Anyone else? So I have Senator Imran Gaban, Senator Shadi Mutar, President Pro Tempore Johnson, Outreach Director Nina Cato, Senator Michael Irvin, Senator Tim Bin, and Senator Fernando Chavarria. Any other individuals that I missed that I did not call? No? Okay, as a reminder, 5 minutes. Senator Imran Gaban, you have the floor. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, so Ben, I wanted to clarify with you because I was at the Week 10 meeting where we were, because I wanted to see the dynamics of how everything would play out, and I did want to sincerely be a part of a compromise resolution because that was the understanding that Senate had, that would happen, and we made a commitment to that, so that's why I was there. And so what I wanted to clarify was, in your presentation, you kind of made it an issue that the word apartheid had been changed to forced occupation. But I remember very clearly from the meeting asking you, we acknowledge that apartheid might be a loaded word, just like I told SJP, or just like I told you all that terrorism is also a loaded word. So I recognize on both sides that there was loaded language being used, right? And I asked you, though, if you agreed with the premise that there was military occupation, and you told me yes. So I wanted to clarify, and I wanted you to say it on record, whether you agree that there is military occupation going on in Palestine, or you disagree, because that was my understanding. So if you can just say yes or no, that would be fine. Or if you want to elaborate.
I mean, you got a whole time to make a comment. I think I deserve to take So, main issue with how they phrased this argument is it's still calling Israel's, you call it military, yeah, it's a military occupation. I'll give you yes, yeah. But the thing is, it calls it racist and bigotry. And I'm gonna tell you something. Who are they racist upon? Because there's, excuse me, I'm speaking right now. So there's Arabs, there's Europeans, there's Jews, there's Christians, there's Muslims, there's Baha'i in Israel, in Germany, and in the West Bank, and they're treated just the same. The difference in the West Bank is that.
Excuse me, I ask that you please be respectful to the presenter. I will adjourn the meeting if we cannot listen and be respectful.
Israel aims to separate terrorists from their intended targets. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get across. It's not apartheid. It's not racist. They're not aiming at a particular group or minority and saying, you, because you're Arab, you have to go here. It's not like that. And I already gave you an answer to your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Shadi Mutar.
right, cool. So my question is in regards to the presentation, or lack thereof. You didn't mention anything about the companies involved, and I guess why you're opposed to divesting from companies. I mean, I don't know if it's appropriate because it wasn't in the presentation to talk about the subject of divesting from companies, but what's your main issue with divesting from faceless companies?
So, what I was trying to get across, I was mainly focusing on the fact that we're bringing this back even though it's literally the same thing. So I wasn't going to individually focus on the companies, which that's something kind of last time. Also, you and I both know you put the companies down, but it's really about smearing Israel. And that's how the Israeli community sees it, and a lot of other people see it. And that is what I approached. Not specifically addressing, you say we're divesting from companies that it's not labeled that profit from apartheid, but it's basically accusing Israel of all these things and having the Senate approve it and making it as a legitimate claim. That's what this is all about. It's not about, okay, yeah, we want to divest from these companies, but how we see it is that you're just trying to smear Israel. And that's what I attacked. And I was just...
Does it say anywhere that the goal is to target? I mean, it's the same thing, like, why are you opposed to the companies listed on there being divested from?
Because I think, those companies provide a legitimate service for a cause which is legitimate, and you have to acknowledge that. And the whole idea of this is you're trying to steer Israel, and that's how I address this, and that's how I think everybody else should address this.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Shadi Matar. President Pro Tem Aaron Johnson. Okay, Outreach Director Nina Kato. There's 30 seconds left. So finish the time of the room.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I did have a couple of questions. I'm curious to know why you said that this issue is supposed to test, why this issue is supposed to be an annual thing and now it's become a quarterly thing, because I feel that whether it's an issue or not, students should be able to address it as often as they would like to. So I'm curious to know why you mentioned that.
And that's fine. Motion to allow Ben to respond to the question by Senator Shadi Matar. Is there a second? Second by Senator Michael Urban. Those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. Okay. If not, that passes. Ben, please.
So I didn't mean in the sense that students don't have the right to bring a cause back to the Senate. I completely agree with that. If there's a legitimate cause, you should have the right to bring it back, whatever. But the thing is, a bill was presented that is literally almost the exact same thing. And yet that didn't pass. And yet we're, discussing the exact same thing with a very similar bill. And I was under the impression that, a bill if it comes one time of the year and it doesn't pass, it has to wait till the next Senate is in office. That was what I was talking about. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that concludes the questions. We're going to move on then. Thank you very much. So, looking at our agenda, we have the two special reports, the one that was moved to the very end, so that includes our special report section. We're going to go ahead and move on to public forum. So, the way public forum is going to go is that we do have a list. We have the speaker list. What I've done is I've allocated 10 spots for both sides, and then there's a neutral area here as well. I will call you by your name. You do have 2 minutes, and each individual will have 2 minutes to provide either microphone, whichever one you wish to use. Time begins when you begin to speak. For members of the Senate, I ask that you jot down your questions, and then we will address the speakers at the very end. The way it's going to work is it's going to alternate. So it's going to go 1 yes, 1 no, and neutral. We're going to do that, and then at the very end we'll have a couple speakers at a time go up with 5 and 5. Outreach Director Nina Kato? Yes.
For the speakers that are speaking are they current ASUCR students, or if they are not, should they address their name and where they're from?
Okay. So, I don't know if they're all UCR students, I didn't verify that, but because it is public forum, it is open to the public. The only thing that we have reservations towards is the legislation, because it has to be authored by a UCR student. But for public forum, we can have each individual rise up and introduce themselves. So you say your name, where you're from, if you're a UCR student. If you're not a UCR student, if you're at this represent. Don't let at this.
I know you said that there was an open spot for the side, right? And there's 10 spots filled on this side.
So there's 9 on one side, and then there's 1 neutral. Okay. 9 on, for the, this is the house, the photo of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you 7. So there's 7, and then 9, and then there's 10 here, but 1 set is neutral. I do see. Okay. Put at the bottom. Okay. So there's 10, and then there's 1 neutral. Then, would you like to add any more speakers? Not at this time? There's 7. Is that okay? Or do you? Sure. Okay. If you need more speakers at the very end, then we'll come back and ask. Okay?
Yes, so the question that I wanted to ask you, Armando, and maybe you can answer this for me is, oftentimes I find myself wondering, why is it that we set caps like this? I understand the being wanting to be fair, and I think that that's definitely important, but I know that we haven't done this for other past controversial issues, and so this leads me to wonder if there really is some sort of double standard that goes on with divestment specifically, and I don't want that to happen. So if you could clarify to me, like, what the purpose is besides just wanting to be fair. I understand that argument, or is that just the main cause?
For this particular piece of legislation, that's a good question. There is always a time limit for any legislation, whether it's a time limit. In the case, it's not a time limit. Speaker, just of the application. Because if it were a time limit, then you have certain people who can have 5 minutes, and then the other person takes up 2 minutes. So for the other pieces of legislation, I also have a recommendation about certain amount of speakers. For this one in particular, I didn't see questions. So I go based on these emails, and like I always mention at the very end of my emails, as always, if you have questions, comments, or concerns, please email me. Thank you very much. President Pro Tem Aaron Johnson.
Also, a point of inquiry. I remember at the last meeting when we were addressing the senators at the end in kind of like a forum type setting, it got very heated. So I would request that we respond to the speakers with them at their seats. Because last time when they were in the front and we were doing it in groups, we had members from one side, next members from another, and they seemed very emotional. I think we should address them from their seats.
So we need to have that as well. So but then we'll ask that the individuals who speak that we'll just address them. Okay? So unless Ben wants to add any more, I'll follow up with Ben after the conference. Would like to add any more speakers, if not, for other members of the community that are here for non-particular resolution discussion, for public forum that will follow afterwards, I will allocate a 10-minute public forum, and this is for any issues that are not related to the resolution. So if you have any other current issues, it'll be 10-minute open forum, 2 minutes for invitation. Just keep that in mind as we have to certain the speakers here on the list go to start the forum. Okay, at this time I'd like to have the one that I have first. We have pro, position 1 pro. We're going to start first So, and then may pronounce these names wrong, but please don't. Time to begin speaking, we do have 2 minutes.
Hello everybody, my name is Herman Senga. I'm a 3rd-year biology student here at UCR. And I want to respectfully remind the Senate that they are the representatives of the student. They were elected by the students. I'm president of 6 Student Association, one of the 75 organizations here at UCR that is in favor of this bill. It is very apparent that the student body is in favor of divestment. Also, once again, I want to reiterate that it is clear that Students for Justice in Palestine do not stand alone on this issue. Six Student Association, along with 74 other organizations, stand hand in hand in pro-divestment. And once again, respectfully, I'll say, Senate, please do not allow personal subjective matters to interfere with furthering UCR. Please divest. Thank you.
Okay, and then as per the request of Senate, are you a student, and if so, which campus do you represent?
Can you repeat that?
Are you a student, and if so, which campus are you representing?
Yeah, I'm a student here at UC Riverside. I'm a biology major in Conroe, 3rd year.
That was not my request. Okay. Very well. Thank you very much. We'll end at each 5, and then we'll have the discussion for a second. Okay. Moving on. So Jordan, no, sir. And again, I apologize if I didn't ask you. Having your meeting ready to go.
Want me to start off by I'm a UCR student.
Yeah, if you can introduce yourself, that would be nice.
I'm a UCR Christian, I'm a 1st-year economics major. So, in the context of divestment from Israel, SJP at UC Riverside has a justifiable reason to be frustrated. Culture represents something that humanity strives for, that being identity. In trying somehow to put myself into my opposition's shoes, I can sense the strong and adamant frustration about the current situation of their people. However, this bill, which aims to divest from companies that profit from occupation, fails to achieve any mutual cooperation between our 2 people. It fails to take a legitimate and unbiased perspective of Israel and its citizens. And most importantly, it fails to achieve anything beneficial to the people of Palestine. Let it be clear, whether they vote today 10-0 in favor or against divestment, Israel will continue to protect itself from all forms of potential dangers that include Hamas in Gaza, the Lebanese to the north, and the fundamental extremists that exist in the West Bank. I do not mean to suggest that all people of these areas are terrorists. In fact, I believe that most are well-intentioned, who seek nothing but personal prosperity. However, Israel has tried before to remove itself from areas it once occupied in the name of peace. Let's flash back to 2005, when Israel agreed to remove its army and settlements in Gaza. Israeli citizens were literally removed out of their own homes in the effort of peace with the Palestinians. What did Israel get in response? Peace, perhaps? Not a chance. That's because Hamas, a government that the United States, Canada, European Union, Jordan, Egypt, and Japan all consider a terrorist organization, beginning new devastating terrorist campaigns throughout southwest Israel. In response to Hamas' terrorist campaigns, Israel justifiably defended itself, and innocent Palestinians suffered. This is just one case study where the removal of Israeli occupation had led to conflict rather than peace. I ask you to vote no on divestment, as it serves no purpose besides providing the security of Palestine and Israel.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Jacqueline to respond.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jacqueline Herbawi. I'm a 1st-year biology engineering major. What I have to say about divestment is simple, because the decision regarding divestment is simple. I applaud and stand firmly by the students of this campus, especially the senators of this campus, who believe it is their responsibility to have a voice on matters that urge the UC, an institution that treasures human dignity. The UC system is a complicit third party in Israel's occupation of Palestine. and their ensuing human rights abuses. The companies mentioned in the bill before you provide equipment, materials, and technology that aid the Israeli military to facilitate the deterioration of Palestinian civil society. But bear in mind, honorable senators and audience members, tonight goes beyond the notion of corporation and should reach the minds and hearts of people just like us. Tonight is about asking ourselves whether the money of this institution is going to the destruction of homes and the erection of a wall. For all the students who work or come from hardworking families, I hope to stand in support of this bill because not 1% of our tuition should go towards fueling human rights violations. Again, with a humanistic perspective, divestment is a simple decision, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Sultan.
Hi, my name is Leslie Sultan, and I'm a third-year psychology major. I was born and raised in Paris, France, and I know what anti-Semitism is. For instance, in Toulouse, 3 children were killed in the school, specifically because of the lies you hear right now. The lie that Israel is a pro-oppressor. Israel is not an oppressor. It is a democracy subjected to horrendous terrorism against children. We are seriously going to divest from measures that save children's lives in the name of human rights. By coming to UCR, I thought I would have the opportunity to live in a safer and friendlier learning environment. However, since I've been here, I get sneers, stares, and I'm accosted by people just for wearing a Jewish star. And all these people are in this room now, supporting this resolution, which shows that this mentality is not against Israel, but the Jewish and Israeli people as well. How can senators just disregard the fact that the founders of this BDS movement talk openly about how he is deployed to delegitimize and destroy the Jewish state? This resolution does nothing to mention violent incitement in the Palestinian territories. And just as one cannot doubt the hardships that the Palestinians endure, they cannot doubt that there is radical, violent, and unprovoked activity coming to the territories, which is the reason why security measures such as a physical border and checkpoints exist. I sincerely hope you take into consideration what this resolution does to me and to your community. More importantly, please take into account how it will be used by those in charge of the BDS movement. Because those who support the resolution can say that it is disconnected from the BDS.
30 seconds remaining.
It does not take away the underlying truth that it will be used by the BDS movement as a victory and further direction back to destroying Israel. Thank you.
And the last one here, Francis Wynn. Let me get when you're ready.
Hello. Okay. Hi, y'all. My name is Frances Quinn. I'm a fourth-year Global Studies major UCR student, and I'm a student program coordinator at Asian Pacific Student Programs. I am here to say that I support this divestment and this divestment resolution. And as representatives of our student community, you should also support it. UCR should not be invested in companies that contribute to the systematic oppression of Palestinians. People are being hurt. People are having their human rights violated. It isn't just for us as students who attend a university based on diversity and social justice to remain silent on this issue. There should be zero tolerance for supporting companies that promote human rights violations. As a student of color, as an individual who believes in social equality and social justice, as a UCR student, I'm here to show my solidarity with this divestment resolution. And I hope you all do the same and support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I'd like to open up the floor for a 6-minute discussion within the Senate. This is in regards to Vice Speaker, so if they all introduce themselves, I hope that you go through their name, so that you can direct them from the audience. At this time, I'd like to take any hands for the members of the Senate, but individual coming in the 5 minutes. Otherwise, we can proceed. Senator Shadi Matar, Outreach Director Minakata. Senator Abraham Galvan. Is that it? Senator Nathan Corinne. Last call. Okay, perfect. No, this is questions for the discussion, as I mentioned earlier, the discussion will follow during the LSU. Okay. Senator Senator, you have the floor, 6 minutes.
All right, my question was for, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, this gentleman with the gray suit. My question is, you state that this resolution is going to do nothing, I guess, but first of all, am I getting that right? And saying this divestment resolution is going to do nothing.
I'm more implying that it's going to do nothing positive for either party.
Okay, and I guess I'm going to sound like a broken record with this all night, but where do the companies fall in with this? I mean, do you see this not sending a message at all to any of the companies involved? Is my question.
Well, the difference, you look at these companies as profiting. The last bill saying from apartheid. This bill saying it's from territorial occupation. I believe I was actually in the West Bank this past summer. I've been in Israel. This wall and the barrier that separates Palestine and Israel is not to oppress the Palestinian people, but rather to save countless lives. As you probably aware of, in the Second Intifada, 1,200 Jews, not just Jews, Israeli citizens were killed by ruthless terrorist attacks. And as Ben noticed, as you must have noticed in his slide, he showed the drastic decrease in terrorist attacks in Israel because of it. And I don't understand how you could claim that you're passing a divestment bill towards human rights or human rights when the very taking down of this wall would then reciprocate in increasing of terrorist attacks in Israel. So that's what I mean. And to also answer your second point in saying how will it not make a positive contribution to the cost?
So it was. Do you think the companies are going to notice something like this because you said that it's not going to do nothing?
I'm looking more, as Ben says, the companies, in my opinion, and you might have a different probably view, it's definitely a figurehead. The company is more of a figurehead for there to be a smear campaign towards Israel. Divestment from Israel is the first move toward delegitimizing the state, as Ben said before, and I'm totally agree with that. But in getting back to your main point, which is why did I say it will not? Why will I say it doesn't solve any problems for Palestinians? Is let me cite Hamas and Gaza. Like I said in 2005, we unilaterally took out all Israeli settlements and military personnel from Gaza. And because of that, there's been massive amounts of rockets that have been fired in from Gaza. And because of that, Israel then returns fire. And innocent Palestinians and people living in the Gaza Strip, therefore, they die from it. And I believe that if the barrier wall wasn't there today, and we weren't militarily involved in the West Bank, there would therefore be more rockets fired back and forth, and more people would die from it. And this wall, although it is an oppression, we need to find a way to create a two-state solution. That is the only way that we're going to be able to solve this problem. Israel is here to stay. Israel has technology.
My question about the company.
One person at a time, please.
As I said before, the company, I mean, we go back and forth about this. I think the company is just a figurehead for a larger.
Okay, thank you very much. Just for the sake of efficiency, one question, one answer, please. Outreach Director Minakata.
Yes. All right, so I also have a question for Jordan. I'll go quickly. I know that you expressed your frustration with this, but I'm curious to know that, you said knowing that we can understand each other's frustration, I'm curious to know why you didn't take the initiative to be part of the conversation and the dialogue between multiple sides to work towards a positive steps resolution. And also, I'm curious to know if you've read the entirety of the resolution.
I have not read the entirety of the resolution, and I would say a major reason why I wasn't able to take action in these talks. I'm not very involved in the complete process of this. I work 2 jobs. I'm a full-time student. I'm involved with other organizations on campus. I'm doing other types of things. What really drives me to come speak at these meetings is that I fear that over time, as more campuses prove that they will divest Israel, there will be this precedent that's set in the minds of the next generation of people that Israel is a delegitimate country, that Israel.
Thank you. You answered my question. I also had a question for the 4th speaker. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I believe you said you were a 3rd year.
Can we limit one question to one question and answer for on the good side? Because we need to obviously there's this time. There's members of Senate at the same time.
So does that mean that, so when you ask for that, should put our hands on both the time because either way that this is going
we should keep it to one question, one answer. It should be that way simply because then you get carried away with answering asking multiple questions. And then you end up taking all the time. And then you don't get to the list.
So may I now address the 3rd speaker?
On to the next speaker. And then if we have more time, we'll go back. So everyone go on?
Okay. Yeah, I yield my time to Mina.
Have you spoken in the comment?
Thank you, Abraham. All right, so my next question is for the 3rd speaker. I apologize, I didn't get your name. Correct me if I'm wrong, you said in your statement, don't divest in order to save children's lives. I'm just curious to know, how can you tell whether one child's life is more important than another child's life?
So I was just referring to like this example that happened in Paris. So just like in the context, having children women.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Is it okay? So in the context of what I was speaking, so it was three children. That's why I said children. There's children, men and women.
Okay, and then also you mentioned security measures and borders should exist. Is that your personal opinion?
Was there any other is there a motion to extend time or no? Then you had a motion.
I motion to allow us to ask as many questions as we feel necessary.
But time also expired, so would you like to add or exhaust the list?
And I would like to exhaust the list as well.
Okay. Motion by Senator Nafi Karim, is there a second? Second by Senator Abraham Gabon. All those in favor? All those opposed? 4 and abstain. And 4-2, that passes.
I only asked if this is your personal opinion or not because according to Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon states that the Secretary General calls, this is his spokesperson, calls on Israel to heed the calls of the international community to free settlement activity and abide by the commitments under the international law. So I'm curious to know if the security measures and borders should exist. Is your own personal opinion? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have Senator Nafi Karim for individuals, but I think the mic just tap it right before so that we can double check the words. Right before Senator Nafi Karim.
Hello. So I also had a question for you. mentioned something like saves children's lives in defense. Given that Ben agreed that there's military occupation, I'm confused as to, is this in defense or is this the oppression of a nation?
I've said everything I need to say.
That exhausts the list, please. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next 5 speakers that we have on the list, and we'll follow by another 6-minute discussion. Good. Moving on. We have Yesenia Padilla. We have 2 minutes.
Hello. Hello. My name is Yesenia Padilla, and I'm a first-year ethnic studies major here at ASUCR. And as a student who is highly involved with several organizations and various gender and ethnic programs here on campus, and who is going to be here for the next 4 or 5 years, depending on what happens, and plans to be active and responsive to injustices that occur at UCR and the UCR system, I highly advise all of you to divest funds and clean UCR's hands clean of the blood of innocent Palestinian people and children. If you read through the resolution, there is a direct statement that states that no student on campus will be marginalized. And also, continuing these investments directly violates the UC system code of conduct, which states that we have to stand by human rights. And there's no way this is in any way standing by human rights. Please, and I also advise you to please put your personal beliefs aside and represent what the students want, because that is what you are paid for. Your job is to represent the student's body and not undermine and overlook our opinions and beliefs, not demands. There's absolutely no harm. There's absolutely going to be no harm done to UCR or our reputation as a school by divesting. There is definitely plenty of injustice done by remaining passive to the issue. As a student expressing my right to speak, I urge you all to make the right decision to think of all the people in Palestine who couldn't be here today as a result of the UC's funding in these companies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to Ariel Young. I apologize. But you'll have an opportunity.
Hello? Hi, my name is Ariel Unai, and I'm a freshman here at UCR. I decided to speak today because after watching what went on last quarter regarding investment, I could not sit back any longer while Israel was being delegitimized and misrepresented. While the resolution before you asks you to divest funds from a number of specific companies, its primary purpose is not financial. Instead, the goal is to push a one-sided view of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, turn public opinion against Israel, and ultimately promote broader boycotts against Israel as a whole in order to seek its destruction. As stated on Twitter by Amal Ali, president of SJP and the author of this resolution, on April 2nd, 2014 at 10:42 p.m., let me clarify first. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm 100% for divestment as a tactic against Zionism, both here and on the ground. The goal of BDS is not to stimulate or incite any type of rational or balanced debate about the Israel-Palestine conflict, but only to blame Israel for human rights violations as an excuse for what is really behind this initiative. Just step back for a second. Every single claim made about Israel's human rights violations is either false or extremely misleading. In no way am I saying that Israel is perfect. No country is. And of course, with violent conflicts, there will always be suffering. But all the deceptive lies told here about a country that is held so close to my heart has made me feel like a bad guy, and in reality, I know that I support what is right. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is thousands of miles away from here, yet the conflict is being brought to our school and affecting students like me, making us feel like outsiders in what is supposed to be a community.
30 seconds remaining.
Closing, I hope that you hear the voices of the students who speak on real truth, justice, and progress, and vote no on marginalizing and silencing us. I urge you to vote no on this destructive resolution so we can move beyond this toxic atmosphere created by divestment and find a truly progressive way to improve peace on our campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, I'm a fourth year student here. I'm also chair of Ross Assembly. I'm going to start off with a quote from everybody's favorite Jewish intellectual, Noam Chomsky. When Israelis in the occupied territories now feel that they have to defend themselves, they are defending themselves in the sense that any military occupier has to defend itself against the population they are crushing. You can't defend yourself when you're military occupying someone else's land. That's not defense. Call it what you like, it's not defense. I think this is best illustrated by the fact that we have children throwing stones at tanks. I don't think you have the right to claim self-defense when you're going up against a child in a tank, period. Also, with everybody being offended with Zionism being attacked, for me, Zionism is really a synonym for like manifest destiny, and it calls up images. It calls up images of indigenous people of this continent being marginalized, displaced from their land, and then being criminalized, being demonized for retaliating because their lands were stolen. And as a last point, I want to kind of reiterate what other people have come up here and said, and just say that divestment, let me be clear, is a passive act. Divestment is basically saying we no longer want to be a part of these actions. It's taking away our money from where because we don't like where it's going. And when the status quo is to marginalize a group of people, it doesn't make sense to maintain it that way by saying that it's marginalizing another group of people by no longer spending the money to do that. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have Joe. You have 2 minutes. How do you guys do the next speak?
Please bear with me a little bit. It's my first time speaking public. Okay, here it goes. I want to talk about the caterpillars and the home demolitions. I'd like to continue addressing the allegations used to justify divestment from specific companies. Again, you cannot justify divestment unless you are certain that all these specific accusations are true. I think we all agree that this is an awful tragedy when innocent families lose their homes on both sides. I would like you to consider, however, who was ultimately responsible for these awful tragedies. Israel does not have a policy for arbitrarily demolishing Palestinian houses and neighborhoods. Israel demolishes illegally built Palestinian and Israeli structures. Meanwhile, Palestinian leaders are not on record as saying that it is part of their policy to build homes and structures illegally. Criminal organizations have engaged in illegal building as well.
1 minute remaining.
So who's responsible for innocent families losing their homes? Is it Israel for enforcing its own urban planning regulations, or is it Palestinian officials and criminal organizations that build homes and structures legally, and then rent or sell them to Palestinian families, all the while knowing that they may be demolished? Another way that homes and structures get demolished is when terrorists use civilian buildings to conceal tunnels, store weapons, and launch rockets and other attacks against Israeli civilians. According to international law, when a civilian structure is used for these type of military purposes, it becomes a legitimate military target. I ask you again, who is ultimately responsible for the destruction of these homes? Is it Israel, which is using legal means to defend its civilians from terrorist attacks, or the terrorists using civilians for military purposes? I just want to go through this. I urge you to remain neutral, uphold intellectual honesty, and vote no on that. Another thing I want to add quickly is that Israel is in the middle of countries that not only.
Thank you. Okay, Brandon Durant.
Hello, I'm Brandon Durant, Tachioka, Central California, legacy of the boarding school system, relocated here to Riverside, California. raised by a local Apache Kuya and Tonga women's group. I just want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge the land that we are on, Tonga, Kuya, and Serrano. And I want to ask if I may hopefully get the motion at some point to be able to finish my thought. I'm attempting to address you all within your system, and it is a lot faster than what I'm used to. So in my culture, we always think forward 7 generations. What we do today doesn't matter for me. It's what I do for my children's children's children's, all the way down to the 7th generation. Here at UCR, we're on native land. There has been multiple genocides throughout the world. One we're standing on now, and others happening. And sometimes we have an opportunity to address it, and other times we do not. Whether this specific situation is one or not is not up for me to decide, and might not be you as individuals to decide, but we're here to represent this campus and true diversity that we claim regularly. So can we claim true diversity? There's a split on this campus over this issue. It's controversial all around the world, especially here on campus. Attacks,
30 seconds remaining.
Defenses, oppression. Oppression and defense is still oppression. Attacking people is attacking people. We're not here to argue that or the effects of that. We're here to discuss the companies and our inputting money into these companies. Divestment doesn't shut down these companies that are involved in this controversy. They'll move on without our money, and this issue will be solved or unsolved at a later date. Divestment is a call for ethical investment of our dollars. So think forward to the next 7 generations.
Which Jeremy Nakato? Motion to allow the speaker to finish speech. In a second, Senator Officer. Second. Second. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. And 5-0, that passes. Please continue.
Well, think forward to the next 7 generations and what they will say about what we do here today and the legacy that we leave through UCR in name and physical representation on this campus. Will we truly enact diversity, or will we remove ourselves from the support of companies engaging in these controversial actions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to take members of the Senate for the system discussion as we have completed another set of 5. I'd like to take hands. President Thompson, Outreach Director Nakato, Senator Ilhan Gaba, Senator Naomi Tagora, Senator Michael Irvin, Secretary of Office UN, Senator Dupuy, Senator Michael Williams. Anyone else? Last call? No? Okay, perfect. So, President Vice President Aaron Thompson, please lead the discussion. You do have 6 minutes. Why do you?
Thank you, Armando. So my question is for Ariel. If you could please stand, please. Thank you. So Ariel, are you a member of Hillel or Highlanders for Israel or anything that could be considered an opposing student organization?
I'm a member of both Highlanders.
Thank you. So earlier, both this evening and at the LRC meeting, prior to the resolution being brought to the floor, SJP made the claim that members such as yourself were opposed to drafting a more neutral divestment resolution. As a representative of both organizations, were you against the drafting of a more neutral resolution?
I wasn't at that meeting, but I'm not opposed to drafting anything that will bring peace to both sides. Talking about divestment is not something
that I particularly want to talk about. But if there is a way to bring peace and bring both sides of the table into play, then I would love to talk about something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Pro Tempore Johnson. Outreach Director, Nia Kata, please proceed.
I also have a question for Ariel, if you don't mind. My question is, how about the entirety of the resolution, the current resolution? I'm only asking because you mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this is not financial, it's a one-sided view. However, there is a whereas clause that states, the purpose of this resolution is not to be an indictment of any UC students or communities, but rather to focus on the financial relationship between the UC and the aforementioned companies. But you mentioned that this is not financial, this is one-sided view. Which is your interpretation?
Yes, I agree with the motion. In my opinion, I feel that although it says financial, that's not how I feel. And all these companies that SGP is targeting, you know, obviously, like I said before, you know, every country isn't perfect, but I feel that what SJP is trying to do is actually targeting Israel itself, not just the companies. So, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Nia Kata, is there anyone who wants to say their hands up? Please proceed.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, Ariel, can you please get back up there? Yeah, so, my question to this, because I'm gonna preface this and provide some context for why I'm asking this question. So I feel like it's very easy with something like this to bring in outside knowledge and outside bias for both sides. So I'll make that very clear. And so I think it's very easy to get carried away on like outside things and outside judgments. So I do want to know if it's clear to you that what the resolution that gets passed we cannot decide if the resolution gets passed or not based upon the intentions that the author might have, because at the end of the day, this resolution is not being passed by that author, so it's not their intention that really matters, it's the intention of the Senate that matters, because it's being passed by the Senate. So do you understand that how it's difficult for us to really go off intention? Because first of all, you can disagree on what the intentions are, and second of all, because it's a resolution being passed by the Senate, not by the author. Is that clear to you, or do you understand where I'm coming from when I say that, and why that might be kind of difficult to maneuver?
Yes, but the reason that there is a problem with this resolution is that before what it's saying about Israel is misleading and false, misleading or false. For example, I don't remember the name of the company that is in there, but one of them builds has machinery or whatever to build the wall. Exactly, and you know, they're saying that is human rights violations, that you should not support this company because it supports the building of the wall, yet, like Ben said before, you know, the wall has saved thousands of people's lives. There have been thousands of attacks on Israel in the past decade, so how is it a human rights violation? It's saving lives, how is it a human rights violation?
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Taylor Joel.
Okay, so I'm just going to make some points, and it's not towards any speakers in particular. And this is more directed towards the Senate, because this is a Senate discussion.
Well, this question is...
Wait, this is discussion?
No. Let me clarify. What discussion is held?
I can wait.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Senator Michael Irvin. There's 1 minute remaining.
Yes, my question was for the gentleman who lit off the cell phone. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Yes, so I've consistently heard, I've heard this from several of the other speakers too, the word terrorism or the phrase acts of terrorism used in opposition to this bill. To be honest, I'm completely at a loss as to how these two are connected. Are you able to explain how divesting from these companies has anything to do with acts of terrorism? Because I feel like they're completely disconnected. Hopefully you can explain that.
Well, from the previous gentleman, as he was saying how this bill, the U.S. still is using companies, the divest from these companies to hurt Israel. And I was pretty much agreeing with everything that the gentleman just said. He just used these to go against Israel.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we're going to proceed then with the next slides that I have here on this. Okay, so Ben Brown, you have 2 minutes. Time begins when you begin speaking. Please don't forget what you do.
Point of inquiry about that actually. Does my introduction count as an act? Thank you. My name is Benjamin. I'm a second year UCR student. I'd like to begin by examining the intention behind legislation being proposed. The purpose of divestment is to put economic pressure on companies that the other speakers believe would benefit from what they've termed the Israeli occupation. They hope that these companies will refrain from doing business with Israel. This will then lead to Israel lifting restrictions on the people living in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The goal they had is laudable, if it's had unrealistic, due to previous terror attacks and street restrictions designed to defend against. However, I disagree with the methods they're using to achieve their end. The reason for this is simple. The companies that the BDS movement are targeting provide jobs to both the Israelis and Palestinians in the region. The President of the Palestinian Authority, the current ruling body of the West Bank, said that he does not support the boycotting of Israel. I want to let that sink in. The man who is leading efforts to create a Palestinian state opposes the idea of divestment. The fact is that the economies of Israel and any future Palestinian state are inescapably linked. Harming one will inevitably harm the other. This bill, if passed, will harm both sides and will likely harm the Palestinians more as they depend heavily on jobs brought in by these very same companies. As global citizens, human rights are something that we should all be concerned about. There are human rights violations occurring in the Middle East every day, but most of these are not committed by Israel. I have been to the Syrian border and seen the Syrian artillery firing on their own citizens. I've been to the Egyptian border where the military has removed the Judaic government and is engaged in a brutal crackdown killing hundreds. And I've been to Sderot, the Israeli town that has faced a hail of thousands of rockets every year for nearly a decade because the IDF is unwilling to occupy the Gaza Strip and hurt the innocents that Hamas is hiding behind. To condemn Israel without condemning Egypt, Syria, and Hamas is hypocritical on the part of my fellow students and this institution. I think I can speak for everyone on both sides when I say that we all want to see peace. This bill will not aid in that process. It will harm the economies of both groups and will not bring either side back to the table. This bill will see UC Riverside actively harming innocents in this conflict on both sides. This is an incredibly complex issue, one that we cannot solve here today. But at the very least, I would ask that you do not make the situation worse by passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since you just brought up any personal privilege, it'll be 1% of the time for this evening. So, we're going to go ahead and move on with Romo Hussein. You have 2 minutes, and I will begin speaking.
Also, this is a little embarrassing, but if anybody sees a laptop here, let me know. Alright. How many songs got it?
2 minutes. Time to get your good seat.
My name is Mohammed Hussein. I'm the second year with a science major. I'm enrolled at the school. So currently, the school is not taking a neutral stance on divestment. We'd be taking a neutral stance if we weren't investing money on either side. Right now, at this very moment, we're funding the oppression of the people. That's my personal opinion. I'm going to try to remind you that this bill is not about destroying Israel. You cannot claim outside of the realm of facts, Ben, this is just as cute, that this is about scoring Israel. I could just easily say that your attendance here and your opposition is about scoring Palestine. But I won't say that. I understand why the Israeli community or some students here might feel marginalized by this bill. Because I've been marginalized before, my whole life. Police stops, double checking my bags at the airport. Even here on this campus, I've been marginalized. So yes, I understand where that comes from. I'm not saying ignore the opposition here or silence their voice as much as I'd like you to, but I'm saying, again, you all are here representing over 70 student orgs that are for divestment. Represent the student body at large. Take the opposition into consideration. But what is the opposition saying? That this is about smearing Israel? This is about safety? That's the same mentality propagating injustice with the white man's burden and slavery. Oh, we're doing this because this might happen. Oh, this is good for them. So I'm asking you not to take into consideration the preemptive ramifications that some side proposed, but rather take in a large 30-second remaining that justice here should be served. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to move on to Julian Mark. Thank you.
Good evening, it's Julian Markowitz, by the way. Hi. I want to thank everyone for pointing out tonight from both sides. College campuses should be and have been on the vanguard of social change, and universities who usher in rights for people of color and rights for women. And that's a good thing. And I support Palestinian human rights and Israeli human rights. And the problem with this resolution is that there's nothing to do with human rights. It's not about helping Palestinians. It's about hurting Israel. I mean, even Michelle Alstein, Norman Finkelstein, who are vocal critics of Israel, oppose the divestment movement. Why are we here discussing this tonight instead of doing a joint fundraiser to help end poverty in Gaza or provide aid to Syrian refugees? But the real issue with this resolution is that the terms the SJP have laid out and put forward for ending the proposed divestment would take down security fences, saves Muslim and Christian and Jewish lives. It would deny the rights of the Jewish people to self-determination and a state in their ancestral homeland. That's like denying the Irish people a right to an Irish state in Ireland. That's just crazy. You know, if you want to tear down the wall, so do I. Let's end terrorism and take down the necessity for it. You want to help Palestinians? That's great. I do too. Let's put together a fundraiser. No one would oppose that. Aid to the UN. Aid to Amnesty International, to third parties that can provide food and resources to people on the ground. Let's take a moment of unity for people that are facing adversity all over the world. And let's oppose this bill because the divestment demands are unreasonable.
Thank you very much. Okay. We have Yasmin Z.
So my name is Yasmin, and I'm here on behalf of CSLB, UCLA, as well as my family. To be frank, I was hesitant to request the opportunity to speak. The fact of the matter is, I am not a student from UCR. I was worried that speaking would occupy a space that wasn't mine to occupy. After all, this is not my Senate, my school, or my space. Then I realized, this is not my Senate, my school, or my space, and yet, tonight's decision will directly impact the lives of not only myself, however my family, my friends, and our homes. Tonight, students that I've never met somehow have more control over my life than I ever could. I think this reality is jarring in ways that I might not ever be able to comprehend. For example, a young gentleman in a suit referred to his time in West Bank, a privilege millions of us are still barred in direct relation to the Israeli occupation. You may never know the significance of 1948, 1967, 1973, 1980, 2006, and so forth, let alone live their impact, have been a lot of the choice to either continue perpetuating the ethnic cleansing of an entire population or aid in curbing it. I do not have words for this, however there are folks who do. We can open our eyes when they throw sand. وهم لسه شايفين. Tell them we can still see. فينا نرفض ناكل بعض ولو ناس شايفين
30 seconds
عالمنا
remaining.
وهم مش جعانين. We can fall over with hunger, and even if people see our bones, we will tell them we are not hungry. وهم لسه شايفين وهم مش جعانين. Tell them we can still see. Tell them we are not hungry.
Thank you. Number?
My name is Zafar Farnberg, and I'm a second year here at ASUCR. Before moving to California, I lived in a town located in the mountains of Israel. There were multiple checkpoints located on the road leading up to where I live, but that security wasn't enough. I remember one day my English teacher walked in with a cast on her neck. She told me that the inhabitants of the nearby Israeli Arab village were throwing rocks at the road leading to the town. They had hit her car, causing a serious accident. Palestinians used rocks to hurt and sometimes kill Israeli civilians, like my English teacher. And now at the school, my school, it feels like Israel is getting attacked again, but with words rather than with rocks. I witnessed this the first time I saw the wall in the center of school last year. The wall made me feel targeted and hated on my own campus, as well as alone and ostracized by the other students. I hope that people at a university like this one can be more open and intelligent about these matters. We are at the school to be educated, not to remain in ignorance.
1 minute remaining.
Refusing to look at both sides of the issue is ignorance. SGP does not consider our point of view. They do not take into consideration the fact that Israel faces life or death security threats. I've actually been scared to go back to Israel due to attacks by rockets and suicide bombers. Why do I have to continue to experience this fear and prejudice at my own school? This divestment bill, to me, is a constant reminder
30
that
seconds
people
remaining.
hate me due to my nationality. I am Israeli. My country is not an oppressor. My country is a democracy like the United States. My country is not what this resolution claims it is to be. This resolution is based on lies and misinformation. As an Israeli American, I want to work collaboratively with everyone involved to promote peace and cooperation. Please join me in opposing this bill that will divide our campus.
That's time. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes the next set of 5 speakers. Again, 6-minute discussion. At this time, I'd like to take, or not discussion, so questions. We're going to take next. Senator Abraham Tavan, Senator Shadi Matar, Outreach Director Nina Kato, Park Promotion Director Regina Todd, Senator Fernando Chavarria, Senator Nafi Prayer. Anyone else? Last call? Perfect. Senator Abraham Tavan, you do have the floor. As a reminder, 6 minutes. Time to get your meetings.
Yeah, so my question is for, I believe, the first speaker that went up. But I don't know if you want to come up here, or this is a general question as well. So maybe I don't remember your name. Yeah, I'm sorry. Who was the first speaker on the con side that came up? Ben. Okay, Ben. Yeah. So Benjamin. Benjamin, a common thread that seems to be coming out of this discussion, and I think it's quite unfortunate, is the fact that there are somehow bigger aggressions going on around the world. First off, I would like to disagree with the premise that we, as the Senate, can decide which aggressions are bigger than others. But what I want to ask you is, even if there are bigger aggressions taking place, whatever that may mean, would you agree that that just because there are bigger struggles going on, that somehow the Senate should not, it is not appropriate for the Senate to address smaller struggles, or because that seems to be kind of a threat, and so I just want to get your perspective on that. Do you think that we should like rank struggles and then go in order of those?
No,
What is it that you imply by that?
My intention was to place the resolution in context. Namely, the Middle East is a very old and very complex region with numerous conflicts raging all across it. And Israel, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, is neither the oldest, nor the most violent, nor the it's neither the oldest, nor the most violent, nor the most encompassing of the conflicts currently in the region. There are a number that I could name off the top of my head, but the point I'm trying to make is that the Arab-Israeli conflict, or however you want to call it, the Arab-Palestinian conflict, Arab-Israeli, whatever you want to call it, there's a number of names and all have different connotations. The point I was making with that was that in order to understand this conflict, which I have studied for many years, you need to put it in context. And this bill does not take that into account, frankly. What it does is it creates this idea that by divesting from certain companies, Israel, this will simply solve the problem or lead to the solution of a problem. When, from what I've from my studies and from what I've seen, it will actually exacerbate problems on both sides. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
Yeah, somewhat. So, I mean. So you do understand that, unfortunately, even if we would want to address the other issues that are taking place in the Middle East and around the world, we don't have those resolutions on the table, right? So I do understand that it's important to provide a context, but you also understand where we're coming from in the sense that that is not the issue at hand because we don't have that resolution.
The Senate is currently not capable of using this particular bill to address all the varied conflicts across the Middle East. The point I was making was that to address this one, when there are others that have just as much impact on as many, or if not more people, with a greater effect on more people, to choose this one alone target and a bill for makes very little sense. There's really no reason to target the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and not to target any of the others. That's the point I was making.
So, will you be introducing resolutions targeting the other conflicts or the other issues?
I'd be more than happy to.
Okay,
I would be more than happy to.
Awesome, thank you.
I don't know how much the UC has invested in the other conflicts, but I would certainly be open to creating divestment bills against those as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. There's about 2 minutes under the discussion or the question Q&A. Senator Shetty in the front. Thank you. Outreach Director Mina Tata.
Yes. All right. So I have a question for the third speaker. You can get up if you'd like. Sorry, I don't remember your name. Yes. Yes. I know you mentioned let's put together a fundraiser. I mean, I'd like to think that I'm an optimistic person. I kind of think that would be a great idea, but considering that this is an issue that has been brought up before, why haven't you initiated that? Why haven't we had that on our campus? There's all this talk of, well, let's talk about it, let's have dialogue, but this is a reoccurring issue, and some people believe that this resolution has come to the table before the exact same thing. So why this is the exact same thing that's coming to the table, why haven't you initiated some kind of fundraiser?
1 minute remaining.
Madam Senator, I just want to be sure that I understand your question. You're asking me why there has not been a fundraiser to date to support what specifically?
Today or prior to, because...
Today. To support what? I mean, there are fundraisers at this school all the time.
I'm not sure. I remember you mentioned in your speech, quote, let's put a fundraiser together.
Absolutely. So perhaps I can explain what I meant by that. When I suggested a fundraiser, and the 2 suggestions I made specifically were to help end poverty in Gaza or to provide aid to Syrian refugees, my intention was to cast light on the fact that the proposed legislation this evening isn't actually about helping Palestinians. It's not actually about helping people. If that were indeed the intent of legislation, there were innumerable better ways to do it. I just recommended two. The intent is to demonize Israel. That was the essence of my comment.
All right, thank you. Also, my question for the fourth speaker, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not the fourth speaker, the fifth speaker. Sorry, I don't remember your name. You mentioned towards the end of your speech that this resolution is based off of lies.
Open up the floor for any motions. Senator Mike Ortman. Motion for Elder Director Rena Cotter to complete her question. Second. Second by Senator Nakul. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. 681, that does not pass. We move on. Okay, so we have our next set of 5 individuals. Faraz with F-A-R-R-A-Z, R-A-Z-E. Yeah, do you have some minutes? Before we begin speaking, I'm sorry to interrupt. For members of the community that would like to address Senate for any other issues, just going to move on to the next section of public forum. I'm going to be putting up on the screen my emails, sending your name, so that we have your correct first name and last name, because Steve is asking for the correct first and last name, and some of the writing we can't read quite well. So please email me your first and last name if you would like to address Senate in the public forum. It's going to be first come, first served for those that email me, and there's only a few spots there. So I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay. So, my name is Faraz Rizvi, and I'm a second-year political science major. If you believe, as I believe, that decisions have perhaps already been made, that this is too controversial a topic to be completely denied, you'd be hard-pressed to present an original argument. Arguments have been made, teeth have been bared, and I doubt I can contribute anything truly original to an argument on behalf of divestment. What I want to do instead is discuss an idea which I believe pertains immensely to our situation here in sunny California, in Riverside, the United States of America, debating whether or not to fund apartheid. Because in reality, this is what this resolution is about. This debate is about whether or not we're going to fund apartheid. The idea comes from my personal favorite Jewish thinker, the sublime Hannah Arendt, who grapples with the notion of complicity. Arendt puts forth the idea, the banality of evil, which is the notion that violence does not occur because of the mad ravings of officials or deranged individuals, but through the actions of bureaucrats. That there's a divorce between the experience of suffering and the abstracted notion of it. These bureaucrats, who were everyday people who were just like us, who have children, worry about what they're going to wear tomorrow, enjoy movies and music and do everything things, but whose involvement in violence, in a system that's completely violent, and this was put forth after the Holocaust, if I may add, made them complicit in the violence. So, what I'm arguing is that the vote that happens that may not actually change the reality of suffering, but what it can do is change our complicity in said suffering. And what I added the point about the economy that was said earlier, that the economy of the Palestinians is relying upon Israel. This is because the policy of de-development that Israel has pursued in Palestine is actually deliberately there to create a manageable working class for the Israel. And there's actually excellent work on this. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have 2 minutes, time to get into the speak.
I'm trying to write. And then it's like on the 10th long, so I get something to do in 3 minutes. So, hi everyone. My name is Lisa Tobias, and I'm a second year major in linguistics. I didn't get to speak today. I was actually just a watcher all the way in the back. But after seeing things go through, I feel like I couldn't hold back and just let these go by. My heart was really sad when I felt like the tension in the whole room. And I was actually crying in the back, and I had to go to the bathroom. it's just really sad, like, for both sides of what's going on. And I just feel really bad, you know? And I couldn't hold back that I mean no disrespect because I'm not fully aware of the situation because I'm neither of Palestinian descent or Israeli Jewish descent. But some of the things I did notice as the progression went on was that when the for the divestment speaker came up, as he was giving his speech, there was only one poster that came up from his side. And then when Ben came up to speak for his side, you saw all the posters go up from everybody in this room as well as the flag. And it's saying that it's not targeting anybody of any specific community and it's just related to the business and students. But saying that, it is to the students, it is to the communities. He was being singled out. And it's really sad because there's kind of a small community right now and there's a lot of support going to the Palestinian side. And I thought it was so sad. Like, why couldn't they put it up while the other speaker was speaking? You know, that's their side and we're not supporting him. And it was really sad when that came up. Please excuse my appearance once again. I didn't expect to come up and talk. But that's one of the few things I did notice. I know Armando, he had to quiet down the other side when Ben was speaking as well because there was interruptions from the crowd. And when the divestment speaker came up, there was like no question in the crowd because there was nothing that came up. I also think, I don't know, sorry, it's just how my heart really hurts because it's just, once again, it's just really sad for both sides. And I hope when you do vote that you...
Okay, so we have two more, and then we have one major individual. So, Emily.
Divestment is before you all again tonight. And despite it being voted down 2 months ago, and despite several behind-the-scenes attempts at preventing its return, divestment is before you. We're not here as your adversaries or as your threats. We're here because we see opportunity, a chance to work together to do something incredible, and because we want you, our government representatives, on board with us to do that something incredible. We are here and we will continue to be here. And no intimidations, no threats, no backdoor lobbying, no paid propagandists, no amount of uncast votes will change that fact. Sean, Andrew, Sanam, Shaggy, Abe, Sandy, Nayeli, Nafi, Michael, Kelly, Mila, Tin, Raveen, Ranjit, Fernando. Look, you are not in a unique position tonight. Divestment has already been presented to scores of schools, and scores more have plans to do so in the future. Hundreds of student senators and council members have been faced with the very same decision that you all have tonight. And hundreds, if not thousands of student senators were in a position of considering divestment before today. In the 80s, for South Africa. In the 90s, for tobacco companies. In the early 2000s, for Sudanese war crimes, and today from the prison industrial complex, sweatshop labor, and fossil fuels. You are not in a unique position, and as the legislators who first rejected South African divestment will tell you, your decision will follow you. If you choose to vote no tonight, you'll all be remembered for it. If you vote no, you will be remembered for the rest of your life as the ASUCR senator who ignored the voices of hundreds of its students and who allowed themselves to be tools in complicity. UCR is watching you. People from across the country and all over the world are watching you.
And that's time. Thank you very much. The last speaker, and then we have one each individual getting one.
Again, just want to thank Lisa. It was really heartfelt and I appreciate it. I have a couple of different things I want to say. I'm going to start with media, was it? No, I don't want to say, I just want to address things that I said earlier. You talked about the UN opposes the settlements. Personally, I also oppose the settlements. A lot of times people misrepresent what's happening there and they say it's spreading outward, but really all the building that's happening is on the inwards. And any sort of peaceful discussion, two states, it's not, on set borders, there's things that are changing. It's a little more complicated than that. And Leslie was talking about was defense. Settlements aren't. She was talking about a different thing. Another question that was asked was, how does this relate to terrorism? The answer to that is all of the things that they're attacking are used for measures of defense against terrorism. If that is clear. I also want to talk about bias in the UN and Amnesty International. We talked about it before, but Ban Ki-moon, the UN Secretary General himself, said Israel has suffered from bias and sometimes even discrimination at the UN. Kofi Annan, 1 minute remaining. Another former UN Secretary General said members of the UN Human Rights Council focused almost entirely on Israel, and there are other crisis situations like Sudan where they have not been able to say a word. In the bill, the reference Amnesty International. I want to read you a quote from Robert L. Bernstein, the founder and former chairman of Human Rights Watch. He says, "I came back from Israel convinced more than ever that Human Rights Watch's attacks on Israel as the country tried to defend itself were badly distorting issues. I found myself in strong disagreement with policies and actions." He's talking about Human Rights Watch. He also says the same thing about Amnesty International. 30 seconds remaining. Listen, I want to have a legitimate conversation about what's going on there. Both sides have legitimate issues. But if you're only going to focus on one side and what they're doing wrong, that's in no way neutral or democratic. I want to work with people. I want to work on a resolution. But if you go in and you say, that's time. Thank you.
Okay. The last individual we have for intro here is Summer Sheep. If you have 2 minutes, happy to begin to speak.
Hello, Senate. My name is Summer Schaefer. I'm the first year here at ASUCR. I am here to take a neutral stance. However, I am also here to correct some of the remarks that I made at the previous Senate meeting where 2 resolutions on this issue were addressed. I previously asked Senate to pass neither as I saw it dividing our campus. I still believe UCR should take love, respect, and unity very seriously. I respect all UCR students in every community. By the nature of the situation, however, we are not neutral. UCR already took steps. We are currently invested in Israel. In order to be neutral, the university should not have invested in the first place. But it did, and it is not transparent. I urge Senate to listen to the students and to be open-minded and to focus on this issue without including any exterior conflicts. Thank you for allowing me to correct my previous remarks.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you to all the students who came out today and spoke. And UCR can be change. Show the world that you can love each other and not divide and fight with each other. Thank you very much.
So we've heard from the last speaker for this evening. At this time, I'd like to take the final 6-minute discussion with some members of Senate. Further questions? The questions? President President Johnson. President Senator Claudia. Senator Peter Galvan. Anyone else? One personal privilege. Senator Lindsey Clark. Senator Robbie Quinn. Anyone else? Last call? Okay. So, President Report, Aaron Johnson, you have 6 minutes. Can you begin?
My question is for Amal. So Amal, earlier in your statement you said that behind the scenes attempts were made to derail SR18. As President Pro Tempore, that allegation would fall directly under my office, so I would like to hear directly from you what facts you have that would validated claim that SRET was in any way derailed, because as I'm sure you do remember, you members of SJP and yourself were given a full and fair LRC review on SRET 2 weeks ago.
So my, I guess, referring to my allegation that there was attempted derailment of having this happen, my comment was not in reference to the protocol of LRC, because as I mentioned in Senate meeting last week, when there was talk of canceling this week's meeting, I acknowledged that we went through all the proper procedures and that you were very accommodating in allowing us to submit through LRC for SJP to author a resolution and for allowing it to be presented today rather than last week as it could have been. So my comment isn't in regard to that, but just in general of not passing the resolution. So lobbying to not pass it, suggestions that the resolution will somehow put senators at risk in harm's way, that it will do damage to our campus climate. These allegations, number one, I've heard these from different people, from senators, from students on campus. There's no proof for those, and these are attempts at getting us to pass the resolution, attempting to get people to be against divestment. So that was what I was doing.
That was my apologies.
I hope that answers your question, by the way. I'm not sure if it
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to President Samuel.
Testing. Okay. This one's also for Emil. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so I want to provide by giving a little bit of context before I speak. So I look out of the room today, and I can wholeheartedly say, us being at this university, we are all here to become educated, bring change on this planet. That's given, right? I look at all of us, and I can wholeheartedly say that none of us condone human rights violations. That's given. I would hope, right? I look at these people that bring signs, that, to list a few, stand on the right side of history, don't fund the oppression of my family, no more blood on our hands, and I'm with it. I completely agree. I don't stand against that in any way, shape, or form. But my main question, I asked Shadi before this, but he said it would be answered in the presentation, but it wasn't. Maybe they just can get to it. But I wanted to ask, why doesn't this resolution, or this proposed resolution that you all want to pass, focus on global oppression and global human rights for the UC to divest from companies around the world rather than specifically in Israel? Because I strongly believe that the UC invests in other companies and other countries that have also been accused of human rights violations.
So Shadi did actually answer this in his presentation, or his part of the presentation. When it comes to setting goals, one thing that you're told, I don't know if any of you ever took an AVID class or something like that, where you're supposed to, the idea behind it is you set SMART goals, and SMART is an acronym. The first letter, S, stands for specific. When you set a goal, it needs to be specific. Now, yes, it would be great to pass that really broad resolution, but number one, something really broad in general doesn't have effective calls to action. Number two, in this resolution, which you'll see when it comes up to RC, is that one of the calls to action in the letter of resolves actually does say we advocate to the regions more transparent, and we call for the ending of all investments that are complicit in any human rights violation. I don't know if you got a chance to read the resolution during the required reading time, but that was mentioned in there.
We have. Okay, so we'll move on to the next individual. Senator Abraham Galvan.
Yeah, so my question was to the young lady that came up. She was against divestment, and I don't know, the best way to describe it, it was emotional a little bit. Not to be insensitive or anything, I just don't know your name, I'm sorry. Lisa, can you please come down here? It's okay.
Excuse me.
Abraham. Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify because I understand how you feel in terms of the signs and things like that. And I do want to first off begin by encouraging everybody to be respectful of everybody in this room. I've seen comments on both sides when speakers are coming up that have been inappropriate. And if you will know, I have looked at both sides and I've asked them to stop. because I feel like that's inappropriate regardless. So I want to see if you understand the reason why there might be more signs up here is because when those speakers are coming up, they're disagreeing with their arguments, and there happen to be more individuals within this room that are in support of divestment. Do you understand that, or do you just?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry.
It's okay. Come on, so, so do you understand that they are putting these signs up in response to the arguments that they believe or know that these speakers are going to put forward, not in response to those individuals? At least I hope that that's the intention, but that's at least what my understanding is. Or do you sincerely believe that it's just legitimately like the person holding the sign is just against them as a person, or the other people as people?
Well, I feel like, once again, I know people from both sides. I know Momo and I know Far. So it's like, from like kind of a neutral standpoint. But I felt it was targeted because, I mean, whatever signs they were going for, like common divestment, right? Like they're going like, no, don't approve it. But when they're speaking about that was like a perfect chance to bring it up because it's, it's more, like per se, respectful. They're on the opposite team came, and then they were brought the flag and everything. I feel like that was a bit disrespectful because that's my personal opinion. So that's why I felt like it was an unfair fight for the people that are pro-divestment.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's time. So we're going to move on to public forum, the second part of public forum. So we have a couple of names at this time. We have 5 names, so we all present names and occupy it. At this time, I'd like to ask that probably allow you guys to be one of the microphones to address them. You have 2 minutes, time to get That's all.
Hi everybody, my name is Legal Arza. I'm a second-year political science major here at ASUCR. So I've been debating with myself and with my friends. Should I bring this up right now? I feel like it's sort of not right for me to just come here and use this as a political tactic for all of you to be here and be just target some certain politicians, not student leaders here. I just want to invite you all to the next meeting next week because there's been a lot of unfairness and injustices that has been going on. The student government has been really corrupt, not only this year, but years to come, with the same party that has been wanting to run the office and targeting other students who have progressive ideals or just I feel really that I was mistreated or and last week on Monday there was this meeting. It was a special Senate meeting. I was disqualified from elections. On Thursday, at 1 p.m. I received an email 3 weeks after I've been putting a lot of work this quarter, and the whole winter quarter.
1 minute remaining.
And and I was disqualified because I didn't make a 2.0 GPA quarterly. When they need to inform me about this, as soon as they find out, I'm also in orientation year training going right now. And they emailed me as soon as they got my grades in. They emailed me, sorry, like you didn't make a 2.0, so you're an alternate. And then they gave me an excuse that it takes a lot of time to go over our grades. So I was notified on week 3. But not only the Constitution is really vague. It does not state that I cannot run if my GPA is cumulative or quarterly. So as professionals, we need to go over all this, and not only that, but the student government as a whole. Because there's some people here that are politicians, resume builders, privilege seekers. Because I was told, all these privileges, they never mentioned about representing my student government, my student body. When I went here on Monday, they told me, oh, you're not going to be able to receive all these privileges if you don't make a 2.0. I don't care about the privileges. I do a lot of things on my own.
And that's time.
Next week, next Monday, and next Thursday. Thank you.
That's fine. Okay, Senator Abraham, motion to allow Nepali to finish. Give me a second. Second by Senator Napi. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All those who oppose? 3, and the same.
Again, I'm sorry for taking your time on this really important issue. I want to thank all of you for coming out and speaking. I really want to thank all of you for not leaving. Like, I was stood up Monday. On Monday, these students, half of these people here, they stood up and left me standing. Not only me, but other student leaders here. If you, those two senators and executive board that did not sleep, can you stand up so you can see how many of you stayed? Is it okay for you to stand up if you stayed on and heard us out? If you stay. The people screaming, they left us just standing there. And it was not only me. There was other students that wanted to speak out the word. So I want to invite all of you to the next Wednesday meeting to come out to the next one. Not only that, our president told them to leave. Our president is the one that told everybody, let's leave. So I want to call you out Wednesday. Please attend the meeting. I'm not going to take any more time because this is a really important issue for all of you. Thank you all for speaking, and thank you for speaking. At the end of the day, we're all we're all students at the end of the day, so please, let's not take each other personally. And you, all of you, like, don't take my comments personally. If you're not, I mean, you guys attacked me personally, so. Thank you.
Okay, President Saipatat, excuse me. President Saipatat, motion to respond to Natali Velarde. Is there a second? Second by Senator Andrew Wall. All those in favor? Okay. So the second by Andrew Wall, and how much time? Just you didn't mention it time. Sorry. 7 minutes. Okay, second by Senator Andrew Wall. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All those who oppose? And abstain. 2. 1302, that passes. President Saipatat, please.
Okay. So it's easy for a lot of people to be in the gallery and hear a few facts and say, wow, let's criticize the student government for being a conspiracy and doing a lot of things. It's very easy to say that, right? So I'm going to make some clarifications on this whole scenario. Okay? So first, unfairness, targeting students, not representing students. Let me make this clear. It was Easter Sunday, right? This Sunday. I know a lot of you might have had a lot of plans with your family. You had that time to enjoy with your family. Senate was called for a special meeting that weekend to say, oh, we need to hear about the elections. We need to be at the Senate meeting at 7 a.m. While people had plans to be with their family, they had to abandon those plans and come to Senate meeting at 7 a.m. to listen to the student concerns. So when you say we're being unfair and not listening to students, let's remember that was taken into consideration. Second, when we're talking about disqualification and we're talking about a legitimate government, let me tell you right now, when we had a document that is our governing document for our association that says you are not eligible to run if you do not receive a 2.0 the quarter prior to elections. You can even check another part of our documents that say you must be in good standing within the university to serve on Senate. Good standing means you must have a cumulative and quarterly GPA of 2.0. Unfortunately, Neptali was unable to meet the requirement. So when we sit here and say we're being unfair, we're not representing students properly. We have some sort of bias. Over here, what we're trying to do is preserve democracy. When you're over here trying to flip words within the documents and say, oh, that's ambiguous, we shouldn't be able to do it that way, we should be able to run. Fact is, you didn't meet the 2.0 requirement. That's unethical. Let's be clear about that, okay? And the fact is, we also, last year, had a candidate that did not make grades.
he was immediately told that you cannot run in the elections. Didn't have a chance to appeal. They were notified a little bit late because our executive director was on medical leave and was unable to check grades. And under FERPA rights, she's the only one that is able to access that document. Okay, so make sure we understand that as well.
5 minutes remaining.
And you're here to tell me that the time notification was too short. If you're arguing on the premise that, oh, we didn't make grades and we were only notified 2 days before, our judicial branch made it clear that according to university policy saying that we're not in good standing, you are ineligible to run regardless. So if you were notified 2 weeks in advance or 2 minutes in advance, you would have not been eligible to run regardless based on the judicial's vote. And let's say another thing, I stood up and walked out. You want to know why? We also said, you know what? Let's listen to them in the Senate meeting. Let's ignore the judicial ruling and hear what the students have to say. So they came to us and proposed we should go back on the ballot because there are specific situations with certain students, and we should have the ability to go back onto the ballot because there are special circumstances. I faced a lot of issues last quarter. We all are students and we all go through our own specific issues. I've gone through a plethora of family issues that I've pushed through. And I'm not to say that my issues are less important or more stressful than other people's, but everyone goes through issues. Okay? So when they were saying, oh, we should be able to be put on the ballot, we even let a vote go out in Senate. Senate voted to allow them to be put back on the ballot. And what was the vote, if I remember? 8 in opposition, 7-4. So the vote failed. We legitimately put a vote, despite the judicial branch hearing, we put a vote and said, let's see if the Senate would pass it. The Senate did not pass it. Okay? So what happened afterwards? From 7 o'clock, the meeting dragged on to 9:30. Students had class. Students in our Senate had class. Okay? That is the #1 reason we're at this university, is to obtain an education. They left to go to class. The people running in the elections wanted to stay on the horseshoe so that they could make sure that the vote would go in their favor. After there was enough senators to leave the horseshoe in order to meet the majority that they needed, past 8 versus 7, someone decided to throw a motion and say, let's reconsider. And if you looked at our governing documents, you need 24 hours before you reconsider a vote. Okay? Someone wanted to reconsider the vote, regardless of all the procedures we just took. Okay? In that perspective, that is an illegitimate vote. You're waiting for people to leave the horseshoe so that you have a majority in favor of your request? What is that? So in my perspective, okay, I did what was right to preserve democracy, not be unethical and say, oh, let's just forget about the governing documents. They're just rags. We can go around them. Let's forget the 2.0 requirement. Who needs the governing documents? Why do we even have documents and procedures at that point? So be very clear before you take a lot of these things and a lot of these terms and a lot of these facts out of context. Thank you.
Can I respond? Is there any motion to respond?
No. Sorry, go ahead, go on.
I don't know, 10 minutes of discussion?
Allow for minutes for discussion. Does this include the investment as well? Or is it just Senate discussion?
My motion is specific to Senate discussion. I motion to allow attorney to respond and to create a 10-minute discussion.
Okay.
That's that motion in the middle of public forum.
Suggestion was noted. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Outreach Director Minakato. All those in favor? All those opposed? Senator Mandel, the motion was to allow Yasala Galarza to respond back to President Secretariat and to have a 10-minute session among Senate in regards to this particular. All those in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those opposed? 3, 4, 5, and abstain. 852, that passes. Nabali Galarza, please respond, and then Senate discussion for Senate. Excuse. No, we have creative speaker. You're going to have the solid and the creative speaker.
Again, I want to apologize again. I didn't really want this to go into debate. I just wanted to invite all of you to the meeting. But I'll put it clear. I do not know the executive director for ASUCR, so I'm not going to target and personally, but I do know that she was only out for a week and a half. And I was notified week 3, so that gives you a whole week and a half to contact me. Another note is that the Constitution is really vague, so is the election bylaws. We had elections director who was not on the speaker list speak at the end of the meeting. He influenced everybody here by informing them, telling them that they do not have a right to vote against us because judicial branch already voted against us. But I don't know if they take any class for checks and balances, because they do have the right to vote for it. And me and council was there, and she spoke out. And I don't know why she was silent, because we don't have this transparency that everyone wants. As administration, everybody speaks here. We want a transparency with administration, students, and UC workers. But we need to start with ourselves as students. Right here, our executive board, they feel like they're in top of the hierarchy. When Abraham Galvan, as a senator, was speaking, we had people from the executive board stomping the desk and say, "What did you say?" Like, let's try to intimidate him. Like, I don't understand. Like, is that fair? And then when Mina Cox was trying to speak, and then our president shuts her down and says, "No, you can't speak because you feel misinformed." I don't understand where that goes. It's just a level of hierarchy. And again, I don't want to go in depth right now because I want to respect time, and that's what I said. I'm really sorry for coming here in the first place. I just want to invite you all and make you become aware of issues that we have as and our own school that affects our own students, because at the end of the day, you are all paying their fees. You're all paying their stipends that they increased a couple years ago. But yeah, that's all I have to say. I'll be done now. If you want to hear my response more in depth to them, that I mentioned on Monday, I'll be speaking on Wednesday along with my friend Momo here and other people that were silenced during that meeting. At the end of the day, we want transparency amongst administration, UC workers, and students. We need to start with ourselves. Thank you all for letting me speak in the first place. And thank you for not texting this time, because last time you guys all ignored me. Since the votes were already planned. Yes, they voted against me, but the votes were already planned. There's proof. I don't get sued because they threatened us to sue us. So I'm not gonna go in depth because I don't want to deal with getting sued by our student government. I'm really sorry. So I'll just leave it at that. There's proof that the votes were already rigged. And they came in here texting. Andrew has been texting all this meeting. I don't know if he's been listening, but I've noticed he's been texting. So I just want to make that out. But please, if you said you're not going to take out your phones, don't take out your phones, because students, we feel ignored. I felt so ignored, and I was really hurt, because I feel like I really had so much respect for all these people, but I felt so ignored. Like it's but please don't take out your cell phones as we finish this meeting today. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm going to open this. Okay, let me, everyone's hands up for the discussion. There's 10 minutes that was approved for the discussion. I'll start on this. What? Okay, so we have Senator Mina Cox, President Pakistan. Senator Ibrahim Galvan, excuse me. And Senator Andrew Wall. Senator Yoki Dura, Senator Sandy Sally. Senator Sanabashidi. Anyone else? Senator Rafi Quid. Senator Singh. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead. What? Okay, the list will be exhausted at that with Senator Singh. There was a point of clarification, Senator Andrew.
Good evening, everyone. First off, thank you for being here. I know it's a long time. The reason I am on my phone, and I will say that I am, I have put a lot of time into a lot of things. I am here and not at a event that I'm planning for elections. It's EDC Part 1. It has been a part of me ever since fall quarter. And I have asked to step aside and let my committee run it and come here and listen to all of you. And I am free to do that, and I am glad I'm here. because that is something I want to be here for. Number two, yes, I am on my phone. I have also stepped away from my professional job in housing. Our resident director of West Lothian had resigned. I have been deemed and charged with the position of overseeing the Residents Association of Lothian as their professional advisor. They are constantly asking me to help. Tonight, I am also the National Residence Hall Association student advisor, Residence Hall honorary, hall honorary. They have their pre-JRA, pre-just recognition auction. It is a recognition event for the students of housing. I am their student advisor. They have questions there consistently. I have ignored their calls all evening. The only access they have to me is text. It hurts me personally that I'm being scrutinized for doing my job. It's not okay. Personally, I've worked out things with Scott. I've worked out things with Armando. I've done everything I can to be here. I've talked to my professional staff. I've talked to my supervisors. I've talked to my advisors. For me to be scrutinized, for me to take care of two, I have many jobs. I'm paying for my sister's tuition. I'm paying for my own tuition. I'm paying for my housing. I'm paying for my family's phone bill. I'll tell you everything you want to know. But you must understand that I'm doing everything I can to be here for all of you. I'm not here because many people ask me to be here. Yes, a lot of people have. But I'm here because it's one of my positions, one of my jobs. Every night on Wednesday, I always try to be here. This is so important to all of you, and it's so important for me to be here for all of you that I put aside everything. I can tell you that my elections committee is disappointed tonight, and I wish I could support them. I wish I could be by their side and say, you know, the event didn't go well, but you know what? It's okay. I can't be there for them. I have my staff in the residence hall asking me where I am. What am I doing? They know I'm so busy, but I know they still need me. I put them aside. I love the student body. I've done a lot. And for you to scrutinize me, that I can't be there, it's not okay. It's not. And I take it really to my heart. The reason being is because I really want to be for all of you. I really do. But I'm only one person. I really am only one person. This is a very hard decision to make tonight. I have a lot to think about. If you don't know, I have been taking notes. I haven't been ignoring any of you. Not at all. I have it here. You can come read it. And please, I beg you. Because I've been here for all of you. I've done my best. But one person can't do it all. You can't ask me to ignore my entire side of my life and put everything here. I'm only a human being. I want you to understand that. I'm trying my best. And please, if you want to continue scrutinizing, please understand the whole story before you begin. Because I've given a lot. I've worked really hard. Please understand.
Mr. Chairperson, is the floor open for motions or no?
Well, we have a list. For
Obviously, this discussion is going to be emotional and it's going to derail the purpose of this meeting. I have a motion to move on and continue on with our agenda as planned.
President Project Board, motions to move on with the agenda as planned. Is there a second? Second by Senator Gisnell. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those who oppose? 1, 2, 3. And abstain. Okay. That's 11, 3. Oh, that passes. We can move on. Okay. The next speaker is Momo Hussein. You do have 2 minutes for public forum. Time to begin speaking.
Hello, everybody. I'm assuming everybody knows why I'm here. I'm here for the same reason that Neff Ali was here, as he so brilliantly put it. We've motioned to move on, so I don't know how much of this I can speak on. We're talking about preserving democracy and procedure. I was notified 3 hours before the judicial meeting in my ARM to come to the meeting. What if I hadn't checked my ARM? I would have never known to come to the meeting. 7 a.m. Monday morning, everybody's there. Vanishing corns. I tells everybody to walk out. I'm not moved by tears. The same way justices weren't moved by my tears when I told them the tough circumstances that I was going through last quarter. I had a 3.0 cumulative GPA. I had over a 3.0 cumulative GPA. These questions did not take any of that into consideration. So all you guys want to be all technical about everything, he said don't have your phones out. Don't have your phone out. I don't care what you're doing. Nobody cares about what I was doing last week. And I don't know all that shit. Nobody gives a damn. So I don't care where this goes. You guys want to be technical about it? 2.0 quarterly. That's as technical as it gets. I'm probably the best candidate in the room. I'm the best candidate in this room. And I got disqualified because of a technicality. No matter how much emotion, tears, or hard circumstances were involved, I don't care. And we will be here next week exposing the BS that goes on in this office. So I advise you guys to be there next week.
There's 30 seconds on this video.
Hello. Momo and Naftali, thank you. I'll try to project. Momo and Naftali, the reason I asked to speak at the very end of this meeting is because everything in my special report was in reference to what had occurred, and I did not want to derail this meeting like it has occurred, unfortunately. So if you two would like to stay to the end of the meeting, I will address all the points that you brought up. Also, at the same time, I don't want to point any names or bring anyone to light, but I find it very, very interesting that the two of you point out some person on this side of the room with their phone out, while someone on this side of the room was constantly on their phone, that I had sent a note to him asking him to put his phone away, and it was not done. I find that very curious. That's all I'm pointing out. I find
And
that
that's
very
time. Okay.
So I wanted to clarify because I feel like it's very clear. This is not a divestment meeting. Divestment is at this meeting, but that does not mean that it's that issue. So to say that we are derailing this meeting is not correct because this is not a divestment meeting. It's a meeting of a divestment. Like, that's a little bit difficult to understand, but that's a big keep that in mind because there are other issues for other issues, and I don't think that it's fair to say that they are derailing our meeting by having us validating their concern and validating their vote. That's wrong. So I just want to clarify that.
We're going to move on.
I'd like to make a point. I'd like to make a point. And I want to make that point.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next individual for public forum.
Respect for this office, I will not continue my speech out of respect for what the chair has asked me to do. I'd like to set that precedent for the entire.
We're going to move on to session 3 for Arturo Gomez, 2 minutes. Please, guys, let's begin speaking.
Well, how do I follow that? Okay, I really don't know what to say here. I mean, at the end of the Monday meeting, I was speechless. Absolutely speechless. That, I guess, separation of powers was transgressed in the favor of order, even though the meeting ended in shouting and just anger and just, excuse my language, there was a huge clusterfuckery. And I feel that if we all go to the Wednesday meeting, we can resolve things, but
I just want to leave things as is. Dali, Momo, I wholeheartedly support you two. Okay? You two, both of you two did not deserve anything that happened. Both of you were running strong campaigns. Both of you were running just stellar performances. Again, speechless, but no, the second reason I am here to speak is, thank you. The second reason I am here to speak is tomorrow there will be a there will be a die-in commemorating the first year anniversary of the 1,100 people who died in Rana Plaza. And I hope y'all can make it, because this is an important issue. We need to have the UC system sign the Bangladeshi Worker Safety Accords. We need to promote worker safety overseas, and we need to advocate for the rights of those who cannot stand up for themselves. Now that was one, I would like to spend the rest of my time, and yeah, that's it.
We have Brandon Duran for, yeah, there's many for this, but if anybody wants to comment on anything. If not, we can move on to Brandon Duran. Yeah? Okay. Brandon Duran, 10 begins with you can speak.
Hi, everybody. First off, I want to thank you all for everything that you do, everything you've done, allowing me time earlier. Thank you for being here, and everybody else who has stuff going on. I understand that we all have things going on. I appreciate what you've done and what you will do, and what the next Senate will do as well. So with that, I want to be clear that this is not an attack on any individual here. These are some observations that I made at the last meeting that we were all at that put out on Monday. Let's see. Obviously, there's confusion going on between interpretations of the bylaws, or whatever that thing's called, and people running and people talking over with them and advising them on that. So, with that, I think that you should change that to make it more clear, have a meeting over how that should be interpreted. This is an institution of higher education. Don't always reflect education. I want to make that clear. I've learned some of the most important lessons in my life outside of the classroom, and have never, and will never get a grade for that. And I think as an institution of education, we should emphasize that. I can write a letter on paper and, convince 300 people to tell you that it's important. It's the education behind that letter that's important, and the experiences we have here on campus. Let's see what else we got here. They've changed the Constitution. Marvelous. I'm running out of time. So,
We all campaigned for more than 2 months like you all did. There's no reason to single us out. We're not here to single anyone out. All I'm saying is we made grades, but we all worked in. I mean, I'm not attacking anyone personally. I'm just saying there's a judicial review. There's no reason to blame any member here that is sitting up at Senate right now. You can't blame them. And to add to that, we all have access to our ballot accounts. We all know our GPAs. You probably knew your GPA about 3 weeks ago, correct?
Time.
So you didn't need to wait for them. You didn't need to wait for them to tell you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public forum. Moving on, the next item, agenda subcommittee reports for the amendment. If you all remember at the beginning when we amended the agenda, we will review the sections. So the next section under agenda subcommittee reports, subsection 1, Legislative Review Committee, also known as LRC. President Pro Tem Aaron Johnson, you do have the floor. We will go ahead and screen the legislation, so if you'd like to follow along, the parliamentarian Shantajian will be sure to scroll down the screen. I need to take this outside for a bathroom break, and I will resume.
Okay, so before sorry, I need my binder, one second. Before I move on to the reading of the resolution, I did want to respond directly to not the emotional comments I made this evening, but to comments about the bylaws and Constitution. My job as President Pro Tem Board is to maintain these, and I have the most current version hot off the press from this week sitting on my lap. So I wanted to clarify for particularly the member who is from out of town, who spoke, who is not a member of our school, that there is no confusion and there is no illegitimacy when it comes to documents that govern whether or not candidates do make grades. Directly from the Constitution, Article 7, Section D states. That is not the motion that I made. I made a motion to move on because the discussion was getting emotional. I'm verbatim reading from the document. You have heard none of my personal opinions yet. I'm reading directly from a document in my lap. But your comment and your point is noted. Thank you. Moving on to resolution. Senate Resolution number 18, a resolution for neutrality, dissociation from U.S. corporations profiting from occupation. Whereas the University of California system has a responsibility to the principle of treating each community member with respect and dignity. The university prohibits discrimination and harassment and provides equal opportunities for all community members and applicants regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, gender identity, pregnancy, physical or mental disability, medical condition, ancestry, marital status, age, sexual orientation, citizenship, or status as a covered veteran. Whereas, as a public university, it is UC Riverside's duty to maintain the values of respect, intellectual curiosity, integrity, commitment, and empathy, which includes the promotion of human rights, equality, and dignity for all people without distinction. Whereas, students have a legacy of standing against oppression and injustice at UC Riverside and across the United States. Whereas, the role of student activists in exposing global issues such as South Africa's apartheid system or the injustices of the Vietnam War sets an example for us to follow as students of global consciousness. Whereas, it is imperative for students to stand unequivocally against all forms of racism and bigotry, globally and on campus, including but not limited to Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, homophobia, patriarchy, the Israel system of forced occupation. Whereas the end of South African apartheid was assisted by a large movement of student governments across the United States and college systems worldwide who divested their funds from companies complicit in apartheid. Whereas, through divestment, student governments across the United States and college systems worldwide have brought attention to social injustices such as the South African apartheid, unethical tobacco companies, and Sudanese war crimes. Whereas, as students in the University of California, Riverside, who are primarily U.S. citizens, our government sends military aid annually to Israel. Whereas, student opinion is divided on this issue of entrenched international conflict, and since the University of California, Riverside is a public university, an environment of neutrality should be maintained in issues of high conflict. Whereas, the elected representatives of the 2013 to 2014 Associated Students of UC Riverside have shown a consistent commitment to human rights issues, including unanimous votes on legislation regarding undocumented students and divestment from fossil fuels. Whereas, the occupied Palestinian territory is controlled militarily by the Israeli government. Whereas, certain companies have promoted and been complicit in these ongoing human rights violations systematically committed by the Israeli government, which have been documented by human rights organizations, including Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Al-Haq, Defense for Children International, Amir, Beslam, Adalah, Badil, and Israeli Coalition Against Home Demolitions. Whereas, according to the International Court of Justice, the construction by Israel of a wall in the occupied Palestinian territory and its associated regime are contrary to international law. Whereas, according to the same ICJ decision, the establishment and expansion of settlements in the West Bank and Eastern Jerusalem is also illegal by international law. Whereas, according to the UN General Assembly's application of the Fourth Geneva Convention to occupy Palestinian territory, the establishment and expansion of settlements in occupied East Jerusalem and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, especially settlement activities, remain contrary to international law and cannot be recognized irrespective of the passage of time. Whereas, a U.S. Department of State official stated as recently as November 2013 that the U.S. policy on Israeli settlements has not changed and will not change. Like every American administration for decades, we do not accept the legitimacy of continued settlement activity. Whereas, according to the UN General Assembly's application of the Fourth Geneva Convention, the exploitation of natural resources in the occupied Palestinian territory is also illegal by international law. Whereas these violations of human rights and international law have been recognized and have resulted in the condemnation of the State of Israel by the international community in the UN Security Council, Human Rights Council fact-finding mission in Gaza, and the above-mentioned governmental bodies and organizations, which consequently resulted in dozens of resolutions concerning the State of Israel. Whereas the University of California invests in and thereby profits from companies which have an active role in the human rights abuse and institutionalized structural violence against the Palestinian people, thereby making it a complicit third party. Whereas these companies have been previously engaged by various solidarity campaigns and concerned investors about their complicit involvement in the previously mentioned human rights violations of the Palestinian people to no avail. Whereas the following illustrated and non-exhaustive list of companies which the University of California invests in plays a role in the human rights violations. Whereas Caterpillar has violated these rights by continually providing engineering tools and bulldozers routinely used in demolish Palestinian homes, refugee camps, water cisterns, and agricultural fields, and by providing bulldozers used to expand settlements and construct a separation wall and checkpoints throughout the West Bank, which have been ruled illegal in the International Court of Justice's 2004 advisory opinion. Whereas, by providing cement and other building materials, Cement Road Stoll Holdings has contributed to the construction of military checkpoints, a separation wall, and settlements within the occupied territory, Palestinian territory. Whereas, CRH and CMEX have supplied building materials used to build illegal settlements, the separation wall, and checkpoints within the occupied Palestinian territory. Whereas, CMEX also illegally owns and operates manufacturing plants in the West Bank settlements, exploiting Palestinian natural resources in violation of international law. Whereas General Electric manufactures and supplies engines for A-64 Apache helicopters, systematically used in attacks on Palestinian civilians, which constitute severe human rights violations and war crimes as documented by Amnesty International. Whereas Hewlett Packard Company has supported restricting the freedom of movement of the Palestinian people within the West Bank by providing biometric identification systems used in the Israeli military checkpoints. Whereas HP profits from global mass incarceration and provides prisoner data systems for the Department of Homeland Security's Immigration and Customs, ICE, Law Enforcement Support Center. Whereas Rayon's guided missiles were used to ruthlessly level civilians in dense regions during Occupation Cast Lead. Whereas L3 Communications has provided Israeli occupation with equipment used in military checkpoints throughout the occupied West Bank, used to promote the dehumanization and humiliation of the Palestinians, to take away Palestinian freedom of movement between Palestinian towns and cities, limit the Palestinian economy. Whereas the purpose of this resolution is not to be an indictment of any UC students or communities, but rather to focus on the financial relationship between the UC and the aforementioned companies. Let it be resolved that ASUCR will further examine its assets, UCR assets, and UC assets for investment in companies. A, provide military support for or weaponry to support the occupation of the Palestinian territory. B, facilitate the building or maintenance of the illegal wall or the demolition of Palestinian homes. C, facilitate the building, maintenance, or economic development of illegal Israeli settlements on occupied Palestinian territory. Let it further be resolved that we call upon our university and the University of California Treasury to divest their holdings from these aforementioned companies at such time and in such manner as the trustees may determine. Let it further be resolved that ASUCR will advocate for increased transparency from the UC Office of the President and from the UC Regents and their investments. Let it further be resolved that if it is found that UCR funds or UC funds are being invested in any of the above-mentioned companies or any companies found in the future to have similar complicity, ASUCR will advocate that UCR and the UC divest at such time and in such manner as the fund trustees may determine, and in accordance with procedures determined by the ASUCR bylaws and Constitution. Let it finally be resolved that we, the students, call upon our university to dissociate itself from groups or companies that promote systematic prejudice oppression, where this system targets people based on their religion, gender, race, or orientation, by divesting from companies that participate or profit from human rights violations.
Thank you very much, President Pro Tempore Eric Johnson. Okay. So the piece of legislation was read, and as promised, there is going to be a discussion period for this piece of legislation. I have allocated 15 minutes for Senate discussion only. Senate discussion only for this particular resolution. This time I'd like to take hands of any respective Senator Naomi Figueroa, Senator Guitar, President Pro Tempore Aaron Johnson. Anyone else? Outreach Director Minakato, President Saifatalia, Senator Abraham Galvan, Senator Nafi Corinne. Anyone else? Once, twice? Okay. So we will toss the list. The last individual will be Senator Nafi Corinne, pending that the time does not expire at this time. Senator Naomi Figueroa, you do have the floor. Time to get to.
Okay, so, like I said earlier, most of my points are mainly for Senate. So, yeah. So divestment, the word divestment has a negative stigma. And I just want to address it because I don't understand why. You know, we're working on fossil fuel divestment. We're also working, we divested from other things, and this is simply a strategy. It's like boycott. That's why they compare it to boycott. So I'm going to compare it to something that's more common. So vegetarians, they willingly boycott, and the keyword here is willingly, boycott the meat industry, right, by not eating the meat. So what divestment does is it's going to allow these people to willingly say, I do not want to keep funding these companies that are participating in things that I do not agree with. So just to compare it to that, addressing the idea of setting this precedent, to keep bringing things back when they have already been rejected by Senate. Well, at the state level, and I can say, I'm not part of the state level, obviously, but I can say because I was part of the student lobby conference, when we were lobbying the assembly members, we were asked to tell them or ask them, do you support, this bill, this resolution? And if they told us no, we would ask them why not. And when we asked them why not, we also asked, is there words that we can change? Is there rephrasing that we can make so that you are more willing to support this resolution or this bill? If they said yes, of course, we would take this information back so that they can make proper adjustments and bring it back to the floor to be voted on so that more senators or assembly members can vote on it.
13 minutes remaining.
And basically, just in life, if you fail, you're going to get up and try again. So telling these people that they can't bring back something that they've reworded, or trying to bring back something that they stand for, is kind of telling them to give up on their movement. Also, we vote every time we buy a product from any store. When your product is scanned at the register, that is a vote. Okay, if you buy Tide, you are voting for Tide. Every time that you spend your money, you are saying, I agree with this product, I agree with this company, or whatever it does, right? This is their money. They should have the right to say, I do not agree. If there was a way for the people who do agree to keep investing and the people who don't to take their money out, then I'm pretty sure we would do that. But divestment is a statement, and there is no negative connotation to it, and I don't understand. It's just a financial movement. Our money is not going to hurt these companies. And this is our argument too in fossil fuel divestment. It's like a mosquito bite to them, our money. It's not going to make them go bankrupt or do anything of the sort. It's just making a statement. And I just those are just some points that I have another point actually. The idea of collaborative working on a resolution, I do not agree with, because this is an issue that people stand on, and yes, there are two sides to every issue. And if we want to compare it to a bigger issue, the slaves didn't ask their owners if they could make a movement to run away or to oppose slavery. The gay movement didn't ask religious officials if they could say, you know what, I want gay marriage at the state level. It just doesn't make sense to be asking these individuals to collaborate on something that they're obviously not going to come to an agreement on. The asks are specific. So I just want to point that out when these arguments are being made. Why isn't it more neutral? Why does it keep coming back? Divestment, it shouldn't have this negative stigma that it has, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Senator Nayeli Figueroa, and then move on to Senator Shadi Matar, who's about a little bit over 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Armando. I'm just going to make 3 quick points. I want to thank you, Nayeli, for making, kind of setting the tone with that, with those statements, because you're right, this is about companies. After divestment didn't go through the first time at UCR, I had a conversation with Senator Neela Darmani and Senator Tim Din, and I asked, what are your thoughts on this? What are why would you vote the way you did? Obviously, it was a closed ballot, so we don't know how they voted. But their thing was, the arguments that we're hearing, it doesn't seem logical to us. We're CNAS majors. We look for logic, and I respect that, and that's what this whole thing is about. And I'm going to say this: is both sides who have come and spoke have used emotion and these heartfelt arguments. And I'm sorry, but you know, this issue does affect me personally, but I put those to the side because that's not what this is about. We can't take the interpretation of this is going to, you know, make someone feel like this, make something. The only thing we can go off of is what's on the paper, what it's directly asking for. This is asking for us to divest from companies. It has nothing to do with divesting from Israeli companies or the Israeli government or the Israeli military. It's asking for divestment from American companies based on a financial relationship. Secondly, this was even in Ben's handout that he handed out to us, that legitimate criticism of Israel is welcome. And that's what this is legitimate criticism. I see this resolution as making Israel a better place instead of sweeping everything that they do under the rug. We need to tackle this issue. We need to pass divestment to make Israel a better place. To say, yes, we are committing human rights violations. We want to work on that. And we also produce technology and medicine instead of saying, oh, we make technology and medicine. Don't look at the bad things we're doing. So lastly, second to lastly, this does have a logical means to an end. We're asking for divestment from companies, and this argument's been said a million times, so I'm sorry, I know it's late, but we're asking to divest from these companies so that the financial relationship ends and that the state of Israel looks at this and says, oh, we want to make a change. Lastly, I want to ask the Senate and caution you all, please, I know that tensions are high over many different issues, but look at each issue, you know, individually. Look at it with clear glasses. Please don't put any personal biases on one issue and the other issue. Just please look at everything one at a time. And thank you all.
Thank you very much, President Rosenberg Johnson. Proceed.
Good evening, fellow senators. I have prepared a statement for you all, and this will be my final statement for the evening regarding the divestment resolution. Originally, I, like many of my fellow senators last year, was moved by the emotional and original arguments made by SJP and originally voted for the divestment resolution that was presented to the Senate last year. Then, like others, I found that we had made an egregious error as a Senate by not hearing a sufficient argument from the other side that votes to rescind the resolution. This year, I found SJP's arguments to be aggressive, facts to be questionable, and for the premise of the overall resolution to be beyond the scope of ASUCR, and also to be incoherent with the BDS movement, and I voted no on SR 12. Along the way, I've done my job of adhering to my principal duty of administering the legislative process and ensuring that SR 12, SR 13, and now SR 18 move smoothly and fairly through the legislative process. I also believe in transparency. I motioned last meeting to have an open vote so all of you can see how your elected representative stood, but unfortunately the motion failed. Now I would like to move on and discuss specifically SR 18, the reason why most of us are in this room. SR 18 was brought before the LRC, and the LRC agreed in a 8-1 decision to bring the resolution back to the Senate floor. The resolution was brought back for two primary reasons. The first being that 2 senators were absent from the prior divestment meeting. The second being that controversial language in the resolution had been softened. And the third being that SJP claimed that members of opposing student organizations refused or failed to work on a more neutral divestment resolution. Keep these 3 reasons in mind when voting and ask yourself, has controversial language been softened? Are the speeches and commentary and the atmosphere you hear in this room tonight any softer than before? We just heard that it's about the companies, the economy. But ask yourself this, how many times did you hear any of the companies in the resolution mention the speech? Did you hear L3? Did you hear CMEX? Did you hear Raytheon? Did you hear economic terms? Or did you hear arguments that are divisive and arguments that are attacking people? Directing ourselves to the resolution itself, it states that the purpose of the resolution is not to be an indictment of any UC students. But how many students were indicted on the floor tonight and targeted with signs waving in their face and cheering and clapping and pointing and screaming. How many students suffered that tonight? Moving on, SJP went on the record at LRC and saying that members of opposing student organizations failed to effectively collaborate with them on a more neutral divestment resolution. Although after hearing from students such as Ariel and Ben Murad, do you really believe the statement to be true? Do you believe that SJP was even interested in a neutral resolution at all? Or were they interested in hammering their same divisive arguments before the Senate for a third time? These are the two main reasons that the LRC brought the resolution back, and I believe that they were illegitimate from the get-go, and that's why I voted against them, and I believe they have been proven to be illegitimate now. Clearly, no language has been softened. The resolution is virtually the same. And clearly, I don't know exactly what went down between both sides, but they did not come to a neutral understanding or even make a legitimate attempt, in my opinion. In conclusion, senators, don't be fooled. Essentially, nothing has changed from February 12th divestment meeting. We are virtually presenting the same resolution tonight. And some might be saying, okay, great, let's revote. People are going to keep bringing the resolutions back and their opinions back to the Senate. But here's the issue. We met for upwards of 5 hours, and we came to a consensus as a Senate. We voted no, and we said that we wanted to, many senators expressed that they wanted a compromise, bipartisanship, and they wanted a general consensus to be reached of some sort. Yet, our opinions and our statements of that meeting have been ignored, and we have been presenting the same resolution tonight, with no partisanship, no compromise, and no softened language. Therefore, I urge the Senate to vote no on the same partisan and divisive resolution this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Outreach Director, Mina Kato.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'll go ahead and first start off by saying that even though I am a non-voting member of Senate, I have taken the time to reread both of the resolutions, Senate Resolution number 12 and Senate Resolution number 18, even though I'm a non-voting member and not a member of LRC, and I do believe that the speech has been softened. I do believe that. But that doesn't mean that the passion that all of you have here today have been softened. You all have the passion here. You all have the right to have that passion. But that doesn't mean that the speech hasn't been softened. The speech has been softened, at least in my perspective. Others here who will bring their perspective is their own opinion. So I'm stating my own opinion, as others have. Also, in addition to that, I want everyone to recognize and realize that we don't just have two communities here today. We have a diverse amount of communities coming to speak here today. We have diverse communities coming to speak in support of this resolution. And I think all of you, regardless of whether you're here for the resolution or not in favor of the resolution, thank you for being here. Because I wanted to hear everyone's story. I don't want to invalidate, I don't want to marginalize, and I don't want to minimize anyone's story. So I thank you for bringing your story to the front. I also want to reiterate the statement that Senator Nayeli Figueroa made about certain senators who were part in the discussion to soften the language that was part of Senate Resolution number 18. I will be appalled if those senators who were part of the discussion to soften this language vote against this resolution. I will be appalled by that. I also want to reiterate the statement that Summer Schaefer made earlier today. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I understand, she said that currently UC and the US invest in Israel. In order to be neutral, we must divest from companies that profit from occupation. Isn't that logical? For those of you who want to believe in logic, doesn't that make sense? There's your logic.
30 seconds to me.
That's logical to me. I also want to point out that in this resolution, it doesn't directly go to the statement, we are going to divest. It says, 1, let's examine the assets. Let's examine. 2, it says, let's advocate for increased transparency. And 3rd, it says, if it is found
then we will divest. So those are 3 points. We're not going directly to divestment. We want to examine, we want to advocate, and then if found, we want to.
And that's time. Abraham Gavon. Motion to exhaust the list by Senator Abraham Gavon. Second by Senator Fernando Chavarria. All those in favor? All those who oppose? Is that a hand? And abstain. Okay, 12-1-2, that passes. President Zapataria, you may proceed.
All right, thank you, Armando. So I want to start by reflecting on Mina Kato's comment of being appalled on people or senators that don't support this resolution if they were involved in discussion of softening the language. I don't think that you can make that kind of, I mean, you can make the claim, but you shouldn't make it just for the fact because senators don't have to agree with this if they don't agree with the central premise of the resolution. Okay? And I want to reflect on another thing you said about this being about companies and divesting from companies that are in direct correlation with human rights violations, as many people have been bringing this argument around, which is fine. And I still didn't get an answer, and I can reflect on your comment with that as well, is why was there not efforts to create a resolution that are talking about multiple companies that are invested, that the UC is investing in, that participate or are accused of participating in human rights violations? Why is it specifically towards the Israeli-Palestinian companies, or companies specifically within Israel and not in other countries? And I know, Amal, you said broad doesn't do anything, but if anything, broad opens the administrative eye to how many companies are actually being invested in globally that we need to be divesting from. I'm just saying that the central premise of this should be around global divestment rather than a specific country. That's all I'm saying. Or, and unless anyone wants to answer that, I'd be happy if you willing to comment.
Senator Shadi Machar, President Zapataria allows you to respond.
So why is it that there are not other countries listed in here, and there are not other companies within countries that are listed in here, and why is it specifically in one country?
Because we're not stopping anyone from bringing a resolution about, Bangladesh human rights. That's the thing. This resolution was made by Students for Justice in Palestine. This is their issue. If they're not hindering other people from doing this, this is just the one that they're focusing on. You can say.
Sorry. If it's about the idea of human rights as a whole, as everyone is complaining, which is fine, I get that. I told you all, no one on this horseshoe agrees with it. I just don't understand why it's not a resolution encompassing global human rights issues. I don't know if I'm wrong to ask that. And I get that as an issue in your specific, background. I get that. I'm not denying that. But I'm just saying, why does it not encompass the global issue of human rights violations? That's my question.
Just for the same reasons. I mean, we're going to go back and forth on this. It's their issue. We're not stopping. I would imagine that Emma would stand, hand in hand with anyone who brought up another human rights issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Abraham Gavon.
Yeah, so, first, I have a point. I think this is a very complicated situation, and there's a lot of things that go into it. So first, I would like to begin by addressing this, we spent 5 hours in here and we came to a decision. Well, I would like to bring it to our attention that there are other campuses that spend much more time and effort on this issue. I'm just saying that, we spent 5 hours? I'm sorry, but I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if that is appropriate for us to say. The thing is, this, as we have mentioned before, as we have all agreed upon, this is a very complicated issue, and I think it takes a lot more than 5 hours to decide on something like this, and that's why I find it very, very, very appropriate for us to have as much as discussion as we want to have, as we need to have, because this is not something to take lightly, and I'm sure that that's something that both sides can agree with me on, because neither of them would want us to take this issue lightly. I don't find that as a point of contention, and I find it very inappropriate for your Associated Students of ASUCR to be thinking in this manner, to be thinking in a time frame instead of to be thinking in terms of what issue is and our commitment to you all. We all knew when we were coming into office what we were committing ourselves to. We all knew ASUCR was becoming, and we chose to take part in that. I'm a president advisor. I also work as a tutor. I do a lot of other things, but I understand my commitment. Everybody else on this horseshoe, or whatever you call it, should also understand that commitment and should be fully willing to make that commitment and more, because that shows the dedication that we have to all of our students, both Israeli and Palestinian. So please, let's keep that in mind when we talk about the scope of a resolution. That is a very, first of all, I would like to reject the premise that that global issues are not student issues, because that is very problematic to me. It is problematic to me as a student of color, as a student who has previously been undocumented, when my associated students makes the claim over and over and over and over again that these issues are not within our scope. That makes me feel marginalized. So you want to talk about marginalizing students? Let's talk about how your premise marginalizes all the students of color, not only in the audience, but also on the issue. Let's talk about that, and let's make it very clear that we are willing to address all these global issues. As President Saibatadia says, there are a lot of issues that we need to address, and I would love to address those all. Please introduce resolutions to those, but don't make that an issue, and don't make that a reason why you invalidate another struggle and why you invalidate another situation. Please, if you want to talk about being neutral, let me break it down for you, because I feel like this is not working out. I feel like something is at a disconnect here. I'm someone who firmly believes in taking advantage of all my resources, so I would like to request, am I able to use the whiteboard? Because I feel like a flowchart is necessary at this point. Does anybody happen to have an expo marker? Can I please use your expo marker? Thank you. So, at this point, I would like to make a flowchart for you all, because I feel like that is necessary. So, we here are very interested in neutrality, right? We want to make sure that we are not and first of all, I don't even know, we can all make this decision ourselves if neutrality is the best way to go, but that's the objective that I've heard from a lot of senators and a lot of people on the horseshoe, so that's what I'm going to base it off, right? So we're basing it off this idea that neutrality is the way to go. And okay, definitely, let's do that. So you have two options if you want to reach neutrality. One option, option number one, let's call that option number one. And to not put it in a hierarchy or something, I'll call this option A. Liking one and being A. So the thing is, you have two options if you want to be neutral. So let's say that the lines are very rigid and that there are only three groups, right? That there are only two groups, right? Israelis and Palestinians. Because first off, I reject the notion that there are two groups. That's the assumption that we're going off of, so I'll work with that assumption. So I'll put here again, right? So if you want to be neutral, you can either give cash, money, to the people supporting these companies. Sorry, I should have made it clear that it's companies. Or people that support the movement that they want, or whatever you may call it, right? So, you give money, you give cash, money, support, and everything to both sides. That's one way of being neutral. There's another way of being neutral, and that's called don't give money. Let me bring us to what the current situation is, right? So what is the current situation? Because from my understanding and from the admittance, not from the admit, and sorry, that's not a word, or I'm not using it correctly, but from what I have seen, both sides admit is that there are investments in companies that profit from the occupation, I'll use occupation, of Palestine, right? So we'll just title that I, because it's Israel, right? It's companies that are helping. So the thing is, we have this. We do not have this, at least from our end. So I think it's very clear to me, and I hope that this can be very clear to everybody else, to all our chats, to all our BCOE, to all our chats, that this does not equal neutrality. Status quo does not equal neutrality. Is that perfectly clear to everybody? I hope that my voice Next off, I would like to address the issue of compromise, right? So when the Senate said, let's make this a compromise, I'll leave it up to your discretion whether I was in agreement with that or not, but I was a bit, because that's what Senate said it would do. We made a commitment to work with these individuals to help them reach a compromise, to work with these two groups and help them reach a compromise. I can tell you that all of these senators were not involved in that discussion. Even I was involved in that discussion, but these other senators, a lot of them, they weren't there. Yet they were the main ones who advocated for this. So if you want to talk about intentions, let's talk about what could have been your intentions. Was it really to come up with a compromise, or was the intention to derail this from the beginning? Let's talk about that, please, because I don't feel like that has been talked about enough, right? And I'll leave it up to you all to make a decision if you think that the intention was there and that the intention was not. So let's not blame some people and say that they have negative intentions if we're not willing to admit our own intentions, please, because that is fundamentally wrong. I hope that all of our senators here on this horseshoe, I'll call it the horseshoe because that's just what we call it, but I hope that you will all come to a decision with an open mind. Don't let the fact that you that you disagree with me on elections or that you disagree with me on a lot of other things come into play when you're making this decision. And the same thing goes for everybody else, for all the senators, even the senators that agree with me on other things. Don't agree with me on this just because of that. This is a separate issue. Don't let those come together, please, because when you do that, you're not only impacting ASUCR, but you're affecting all the students that legitimately have a concern for this, and they were not involved in our other drama and our other issues. It is legitimate for us to consider this twice, because as I can tell you from being involved in these discussions, that SJP did not necessarily want to compromise. They did not necessarily want to soften their language, but at the end of the day, they realized, and please, if we need to pull up the minutes, let's pull up the minutes, because I can guarantee it that a lot of senators that are not talking or that are talking against this, saying that there wasn't softening or things like that, or saying that softening is the only thing that happened, your main argument or one of your main arguments was that the language was too harsh. So how are you going to say that that it is not valid for this to come back up if they are clearly addressing one of your main concerns? And if they did attempt to have compromise, please, let's pull up the minutes, because I think that that's necessary so that some people realize what they themselves said during the meeting. Let's please not try to set a precedent that things cannot be considered twice, because when you do that, not only are you saying, hey, we're simple-minded, we can't have development, we can't have evolution in our perspectives, you're also saying that what was mentioned before, that these individuals should somehow quit or somehow stop their efforts. And as I mentioned previously, I welcome a resolution that says that we should not, that the Palestinians organizing around this should not rely on violent tactics. I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree on that premise, but please introduce a resolution so that we can consider that issue. Don't break down another resolution just because you have not introduced one yourself. Let's consider everything on there. And with that, I have so much more to say, but I'll leave it at that because I think by now it's very clear what we need to consider. And I really, really hope that all of my senators will make the right decision today and that my executive cabinet and my directors will take the leadership that they need to take and encourage these senators to make wise and logical decisions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Abraham Galvan. Senator Nottingham, Senator Nottingham.
Alright, so it's obvious that there are two sides. One is privileged, the other oppressed. Of course, the privileged wouldn't like it, but sometimes we need to check our privileges for the betterment of our society. This is about equity versus equality. A lot of times we say, let's be neutral. Let's be neutral. And they're referencing like they're pointing to equality. Let's have equality. Well, as Abe just pointed out, in order to have true equality, first you need equity. And that's what we don't have right now. Progress is not always drastic, and it need not be. We can't cure or rid our world of all injustices instantly. But every little or big step allows for further improvement. It allows for incremental change, incremental progress. So, as President Salvakaria has mentioned, if we all agree against human rights violations, then why are we against this incremental progress? Divestment is not a violent nor an aggressive measure, but rather it is a diplomatic strategy to enact real change. We're elected to consider legislation. You will not have the case in the U.S. Congress, the U.S. Senate, and I understand we're not the U.S. Senate, but you will not ever hear a person say, oh, we shouldn't consider this bill because it was brought back, or it was brought up before. Bills are always reconsidered on the bill, like the U.S. Senate. So, why are we against reconsider something here? As it has been mentioned, people's stances change, it evolves. There's no reason for our stances to not evolve. You have heard many different voices today, and you should have looked into the decision that we have made. And you know what? We have an opportunity here. We have an opportunity as a Senate to correct the mistake that we have made as a collective when we voted to not pass divestment.
Thank you very much, Senator Nottingham. So with that motion to exhaust the list has been exhausted. Okay, we've already read through the legislation. At this time, before I open up the floor, I do want to let you all know that there have been, everyone should have a ballot, correct? Everyone should have a ballot. I will not make the decision for you all continuing on as to how you should vote, I will leave it up to the Senate to decide. So when I open up the floor for any motion, you will either motion to either close ballot or open ballot, but just for the sake of emergency, you did provide the closed ballot on the table. So is this a motion or is it closed ballot strategy? Okay, hold on to the motions. So that's what the little sheets are in front of you. If you don't have one right now, please let me know. Because in the event that we do have to go into a closed ballot, I want you to have it now rather than later. So does every senator have one? If you can't member or director, if you have one, please pass it down to somebody who does not have one. Okay? With this said, I'd like to open up the floor for a motion. Senator Shadi-Matar? Senator Shadi-Matar motions for a closed ballot to vote on Senate Resolution number 18. And then second by President Saibatadia. Okay? So, all those in favor? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those who oppose? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And abstain. 8, 5, 2. Passes. Okay? Use your okay? Senator Andrew Baugh motions 5-minute recess. Senator Shadi-Matar seconds it. All those in favor? Right, because before no one voted yet. No one. You haven't moved forward, so the recess needed. So all those in favor for 5-minute recess? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and abstain. 4, 10, 1 does not pass. Okay? Go ahead and take your ballots. Please cast your vote. We do not want you to put your name on it for the sake of keeping your name private, but I need you to lift your hand up to make sure that each senator votes only once. Senate Secretary Alice Kong, Parliamentarian Shamsu Julian. Go ahead and tap on both sides. No. You on the right and you're on the left. Thank you. Yes. Alex, any ballot? Sean, do you have any ballot? Where's the new ballot? I made it. Yes.
Make a changes. Get the hat out. Yeah. Probably gonna stand by the door. Just everybody's working hard to it. So.
Are you watching ready?
What?
So there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 senators on this side. I assume that 8 on this side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So please count the votes and then I'll verify. You'll verify the votes. Okay? So, Senate Resolution T, a resolution for neutrality, disassociation from U.S. corporations, property from occupation. 8 in favor, 7 opposed, 0 abstentions. Thank you. Thank you. President Satisfied? Okay, excuse me. Okay, there is a motion on the floor. Okay, Senator Shetty with our motion is for a 5-minute recess. Is there a second? Second by Senator Fernandez. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Those opposed? 3? Okay. 12 to the O. That passes. 5-minute recess. We're going to reconvene at exactly 11:55. Members of Senate, please adjourn.
Oh no. Oh, it's gonna upload it. Yeah, it's gonna upload it.
I need everyone behind. I need everyone up to the front, please. I need to clear this area. Thank you.
Can we see what the image is like? We wanna... You guys... I directed this. Let's just try to use this. Okay. There's a lot of people watching. They want to know what happened.
You want to put a sign? You're delayed, so it'll be on for like
Okay.
15 seconds. No, it's got you. It's just people watching won't see it.
Hey, don't touch it.
Come here. Come here. Both of you, come here. Dad, bring it. Keep it on. Wait, Mike.
For 1 second, can I please just ask you all, we have on the another presentation, and I don't know know if you all know, but I have been personally victimized by a lot of people on this motion. So I really, really would just ask of you one favor, for you to stick around so you can hear the situation and so you can hear our response.
Like, how does everyone like
Tumble down.
Yeah.
Too many wires.
Too many wires.
You guys are having this one for time. Let you guys know. I passed 8, 7, 1, 8 yes, 7 no, 1 abstention. It's a big moment. People from all the way in Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, San Diego, are here, Irvine, all over Southern California. They came out here to support. We said it was finally understood. We took a flow chart, to show them what the difference between divestment was, and I think that's what did it. I think that's what did it for those 2 senators that were on the fence. We finally did it. Here's everybody. There's a 5-minute recess.
I got your back! I got your back! I got your back! Yes.
I need all members of Senate to retreat, please. We have not adjourned the meeting. I need all members of Senate to return back to the meeting. It is 11:56. I ask calls for 11:55. And all members of Senate to return back to their seats, please. Thank you.
Give me 2 minutes.
I need all members of Senate to take their respective seats, please. I need all members of Senate to take their respective seats, please. For members of the community, thank you for sticking around with us, and I greatly appreciate if you all can cooperate with us in terms of keeping those levels down, as we still have matters of business to continue. We are almost done with adjourning our meeting. Once again, thank you very much for your cooperation. I'd like to go ahead and proceed. I call this meeting to order at 11:57 p.m. Can I begin with roll call, please? Thank you. Yes.
Senator Nayeli Figueroa. Senator Nancy Corinne. Present. Senator
Senator Shawty McCart. Senator Charlie Sally. Senator Michael Irvin.
Present.
Senator Benjamin Nair.
Present.
President Wilson Ferrer Johnson.
Present.
Senator Chan. Senator Tinsman.
Present.
Senator Samal Rashidi. Senator Bobby. Senator Sean Tomia. Senator Jessica Gonzalez. Elections Director Christopher Sanchez. Marketing and Promotions Director Ravine Scott. Senator Kelly Tran. Personal Affairs Director Donna Janich. Outreach Director Nina Cotto. President Secretaria. Executive Vice President Monty Saldana. Vice President of Internal Affairs Ronnie Top. Vice President of External Affairs Kelly Murray. Vice President of Finance Sharon Smith.
Thank you very much, Secretary Alcon. Go ahead and let me ask, please. President Secretary. Senator Secretary is out. And Elections Administrator Sanchez has his event. The Energy Ministry is also helping with elections. Senator Johnny Collins. And Jack is also helping with everyone. Perfect. So we're just missing President Secretary. Okay. Oh, Sandy, no. Transfer is absent, please. Two senators absent, 14 present. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move on with our agenda this evening. Legislative Review Committee, President Pro Tempore Aaron Johnson, you still have the floor. Please let us know that concludes your report, or if you have anything else to ask you. President Pro Tempore Aaron Johnson. Yes.
So I'm curious what is the process on how maybe Aaron will know this but so for a veto to take place, what would be necessary? And does executive cabinet need to veto it, or does the president have power to veto it?
Okay. President Pro Johnson. Okay, we can try this one.
Hello. To be honest, I'm not too familiar with what takes place. This is the first time that I would be faced with that, and in my experience, parliamentarian knows himself. I do believe it is an ECAP and presidential veto. I don't think it's not a line item veto from the president. I think it is both. But maybe Sean, are you familiar? I can look it up while we're.
I have it right here. Okay. I bring my documents.
The veto is all of the ECAP after converting in a meeting outside of Senate at a later time to discuss what they want to do. The veto has to come from a majority of the ECAP vote.
So, with that being said, does the public need to be notified of when this?
I'm not sure if the ECAP meetings are open to the public. That's a question for ECAP. Sorry.
The executive cabinet meetings are led by President Secretary.
Yeah, and they've always been open to the public. It's usually just more of a control meeting just for the dynamic there, but it's never been closed off to internal matters. So the public is open to attend the executive cabinet meetings. That's the question.
So I have here under Section G powers of the executive branch, the executive cabinet shall have the authority to, Section 1, veto legislation passed by the Senate, provided the legislation did not pass with more than 2/3 of senators present and voting with the 2/3 vote of all the executive cabinet members present. The veto must take place within 7 days of the Senate meeting unless the legislation is approved. Subsection 2 states, appoint members of the Associate Students by 3/5 vote to the Judicial Council with the ratification of Senate by 2/3 vote. Okay. Senator Oppenheimer? Senator Oppenheimer? Yes. Let me open up the floor for the motion. Open up the floor for the motion. So,
I motion to make the meeting that will consider the veto decision to be a public meeting and to where the students and the university gets a 48-hour notice.
okay. That's the motion by Senator Oppenheimer. Senator Oppenheimer, can you repeat that again for minute purposes so that we have it right here?
I motion to make the next executive cabinet meeting open to the public with a 48-hour notice.
Okay. So, Senator Oppenheimer motions to make the next executive cabinet meeting that will, if and when, that will consider the veto decision open to the public to Washington University and gets notified with a 48-hour notice. Okay, is there a second? Second by Senator Abraham Galvan. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? And abstain. Okay. So 10:05, that passes. Okay. With that said,
A comment though?
Um,
I don't know if it's out of order. No? Okay.
we're going to move on with our agenda this evening. So, as President Rosenberg, that completes your report, correct? Perfect. So subsection 2, we have Finance Committee. So the Vice President of Finance, to my understanding, is not here. Has she appointed an item as well? Okay, go ahead and read off the Finance Committee hearing minutes, because I know clubs are debating cabinet members, so we'll go ahead and proceed with that. Thank you very much. You have the floor, Senator Mayor, as well.
Okay, so for allocations this week, we had the VP of External Affairs, Kim Marie, asking for $8,150, the remainder from a previous allocation, and this was passed. We gave him 610. Elections Director Christopher Sanchez asked to transfer funds between his accounts. He was asking to transfer $1,000. However, this is not passed due to lack of information. Association of Veterans and Service, this was a grant. They were asking for $1,500, passed. BLAACK grant, they were asking for $900, and this passed. Future Dentist Club was also a grant, $1,500, and this was passed. The Professional Fraternity Council was also a grant. They were asking for $145, and this was passed. Gamma Phi Beta, also $1,400, passed. Transfer of funds from club reserves to club contingency was $10,000, and this passed. Contingency was exhausted, but the deficit will be covered by reserves. So now we have been moved money from reserves to contingency. I'd like to make a motion to approve these allocations.
Senator Mayor, would like to make a comment.
Thank you.
Proceed. Thanks, please. Can you do the minutes, please? Hello.
Great, thank you. So I just had a quick question. It was interesting for me to find out that
a singular part of this budget hearing, this financial budget hearing was not passed, and I just wanted to know the reason behind it. If you guys saw above the budget transfer, just explains that everyone was just transferring money within your own budget and not asking for any more money. The budget transfer for the elections committee was not approved, and the reason for it not being approved was because there was a lack of information. So it was not approved because 3 members abstained from the vote because they said they did not have enough information. And I'm here today to ask what extra information you needed. The budget transfer of $1,000 was for security purposes, to provide security for the EDC events, so our students would be safe. So if you need further clarification in terms of what security means, if you need the names of perhaps the security guards or something like that, please let me know. I can get that information for you. But I just did not understand why almost every single finance hearing we've ever had, that there's been no abstentions or nothing of that sort in terms of security. So I just would like to ask the members of finance who did abstain if there was any further clarification that you needed as being a part of elections committee. Hopefully I can give that to you so I can just have better understanding why out of every single thing you've ever voted on, this was something that you decided to abstain on. If you could please answer that, the members who abstained. I have the minutes, so I know who you are. After reading the minutes and going through everything, I noticed this was a trend that only had occurred this one singular moment. So if you could explain that, please. Just so I can know, maybe everyone in Horseshoe can know.
So the vote was 204, so 4 members abstained. I cannot speak for them, but I know I voted in favor of passing it. I understood that the $1,000 was for security. I think the issue that fellow committee members had was that it was not coming from within his own budget, it was coming from the internal vice president's budget, and that is why he didn't understand that.
Thank you, Lily. So what about that concept did you need, not you per se since you voted for it, but what about that concept did you need further clarification about? Because that has happened many times before and no one has ever asked for further clarification. But if this time is different, please ask me your questions so I can hopefully answer them for you.
Like I said, I can't speak for those senators, but they are here today, and if they'd like to address your question, I'm here to wait.
Okay, so the parliamentarian has just like to send that to the finance committee as a whole. So if you follow them personally, the finance committee will have to for next meeting.
Our finance meetings are on Mondays from 5 to 6:30.
Okay, so
take my issue and finish this conversation and I will be relevant for talk about transparency and being given people. I think that this is really important.
clarify your motion so that we can go on.
I'm motioning for myself to be able to finish talking about this issue.
Primarily Abraham because the event is taking place in the next 2 days. That was my main reason, and I'm not sure if there was anything we could do about it now since the finance committee already has not approved it. But I just wanted to know why. I think Fernando is going to answer me. Hopefully, I get an answer. I would like also the other 3 members who abstained to perhaps help me understand why that had occurred.
Okay, so Fernando.
So I'm not going to speak, right?
But
my reason was very simple. I just walked into the meeting late, so I wasn't actually informed on legislation. So I honestly just abstained because I didn't have enough information. So that's my reason, and I wasn't going to speak.
So.
If I have that completely legitimate reason to abstain from the vote, thank you.
Thank you. There was a motion on the floor, so one last time, sorry. Go ahead and restate the motion.
That's a second motion. Second.
5 minutes for discussion to finish the finance committee situation. Second one. I'm finished. I had a second situation. Any second by Senator Shadington. All those in favor? 6, 7, 8. All those opposed? And abstain. Can you raise it up? Okay. 815, that passes. There's a 5-minute discussion to discuss.
And please let me start off by saying if you think it's out of bounds for me to ask you why you abstain, then you can just say that and not answer. But I mean, I feel it's
Okay, 5 minutes. At this time, I'd like to take hands. Sandy? Anyone else?
While he takes hands, I just want to make a quick correction. Our finance hearing meetings are Mondays from 4 to 5:30.
So I have Sandy. That's it. Okay, Senator Samuel, proceed. Yes.
Okay, good evening everyone, I know it's kind of late, but I just want to jump into this and those who haven't spoken on behalf of why they abstain, I would greatly appreciate that. But I just want to bring to light that we discussed this whole issue on transparency and being equal and fair, but when it comes down to it, we know who's on the committee. And we know who voted for it, voted against it, and abstained. And I would like to know why you abstained for those who did, because out of all things that Chris requested for certain funds or transfers, always been approved, and coincidentally, this meeting after the special meeting at 7 a.m. and you guys reject the funds or the transfer or whatever due to lack of information. All the information was provided by Janice, and if you had further questions, I felt like you could have asked her because honestly, transferring funds, it was for security purposes. I don't understand what you didn't understand about the transfer fund that was requested. So please, for those who did abstain, explain why you did, and maybe you could have a more coherent understanding as to why you abstained. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Wadani?
I have an open mic if anyone would like to answer the questions. And I think that speaks volumes. Thank you.
And the last speaker from the group, no. Well, Senator Randall, it was a last speaker. Yeah.
Yeah, in closing, I just want to, bring back to light that, when certain people, I'm not going to sit here and point fingers, preach to the choir on being transparent and be equal and fair, and yet you turn around and, be a hypocrite and act upon what you said. That's really, really, really funny to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to go ahead and move on. So Senator Naila Figueroa had mentioned she had gone over the finance committee minutes. Yeah, she had gone over the finance committee minutes, so can we open up the floor for any motion? Maybe we should motion to approve the finance committee minutes. For what date is this? April 23rd, 2013. Senator McGovern? Okay, motion to approve the finance committee minutes on April 23rd, 2014. Second by Senator Abraham Gabon. All those in favor? 6. All those opposed? 11, 2, 1. That passes.
Thank you. That concludes the finance report.
Thank you very much. Outreach committee report. I did not receive the report.
No report.
Thank you very much. Outreach director in the process. GCAP, I believe I also did not receive the report. Thank you very much. Vice President Campus and General Affairs, John Utah. We're going to go ahead and move on. That concludes the session and intercepting the report. Unless there's a lesson to report, but we didn't get it done. We're going to move on. First senator reports. I was going to ask all senators if you can postpone to review the Senator reports. In the meantime, we'll try to get that. If anyone wants to request to send in the minutes, go ahead, email, and I'll put it out. The Senate Secretary Alice Com shall send you the tentative minutes, so don't forward just the reports, not the minutes. Senator, you would not mind start shooting everything. So, this, I will let, yeah, Senator,
do you think why you decided to put out, or would you be willing to use it company?
The reasoning, I didn't decide to pull my report out. I just chosen to discuss it at next week's meeting. I understand it's very late, and the majority of people out here may not be related to this issue. The two people who were related to this issue, unfortunately, I'm sure they had something going on when they left. So I feel like they have announced that they're going to be at next week's meeting, and I'd like to address the both of them, specifically Abraham. So that's the reason I decided to just come next week. And I appreciate you. Apparently I was out of the team, but I appreciate you letting everyone know to stay because I have my social report. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. But yes, we can move on. By all means.
For Senator reports, I don't want to make the final call. Leave it up to Senate to all decide whether or not we can move the reports. If people are interested in knowing what senators are doing, Secretary Alice Com, and she will get to do that. There's a part of the motion that I identified. Motion to senators to report. Yeah. Do you want senators to report? Okay. Is there a second? Second by Senator Abraham Galan. All those in favor? Yeah, that's all I have for the Senate. Just decide. I mean, the decision myself. Okay, all those in favor? Those reports? Those reports? Two? Is that two? Okay. So we have 12-0. That passes. Okay, so we're going to give a President Pro Tem Gordon Johnson. Proceed.
You guys hear me? Yeah. I got a simple announcement. We have received 10 copies of the Constitution and bylaws.
They're completed now and they're in the office. I will be out copies to various members of ECAB, one of our parliamentarian, and I'm going to put 2 copies at the front desk for senators to check out when they're working in the cubicles. So you want a hard copy to work with, you want to show it to the student, do that. And as always, the most current and the version that will be constantly updated as the year goes on will be online. Secondly, LRC will be meeting this Monday at 2 p.m. This following Monday at 2 p.m. We'll be going over what will now be SR 19, fossil fuel divestment 2.0, you can call it. I wanted to make that transparent since apparently people want to know what legislation is going through LRC at all times. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Pro Tem Gordon Aaron Johnson. I will need your report type of email. Presented. We want to send it back to Urban.
I delayed my report so that we could hear more on the issue of divestment, so I will pass.
Pass. Senator Shadi. Okay. Senator Dr. I also did not receive a report, so we can have a report.
Well, basically, I've been working with Cynthia Chavez on the USAS resolution for work so I can get that.
Does that include the report? Just go ahead and send me that statement over. Senator Abraham Galan?
Yeah, so I apologize. Usually I have any capacity to be able to say and other issues at hand. However, after the release of the last so in there is some of the community dialogue that we had regarding this CHI. So I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't ASUCR's interest to organize the event. I did collaborate with Francis, but this was something that was organized by all the ethnic And I think it was questioned because of that. So I want to acknowledge that. But we all, it was a great event. So thank you to everybody who came out.
Thank you very much, Senator Abraham. Can you also send me that report by 10 a.m. tomorrow? Thank you. Can you send it? Okay, so her report will pass on to the minutes, so once you wait, Senator Fernandez Rodriguez?
Pass.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Rodriguez?
I encourage everyone to go on the minutes with their own reports. I think it's going to be up within a week or two. I think either Reed or Amanda to clarify, but that
2
passed. 2 weeks.
Yes, the meeting is request that next week and we'll go on within a couple of weeks. Okay. Thank you very much. So,
Yeah, I will pass, but I wanted to go on the minutes, please.
we'll do. So, like I said, it's going to be on the 2 weeks. So. Senator Campbell? Thank you very much. Senator Callahan? Yes, there will be on the minutes. Senator Darmani?
I encourage anyone who is dying to know about this topic can talk to me after. If not, I'll just talk about it next week.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Sinalashi? Okay. Thank you very much. Senator Timbin? Okay. Senator Shafani? Okay, thank you. Senator O'Connor is absent. Yeah. So we're going to move on to public comment. This section, I've allocated 6 minutes for public comment. 1 minute per individual who would like to address the based on the reports that we're receiving on the broadcast. So if you would like to address them, you may do so by otherwise you can move forward. I will should come to the report. The public comment is on the report. No? Yes. In regards to the reports that you heard this evening? Not. Okay.
I know it's my equipment, but I don't even know if it's on. Well, for tonight, I wanna thank y'all for coming down to youth conference. I know it's been a huge struggle for Councilman Butler to put it on, but thanks to the support of all the senators and especially you guys who worked together with all of us to put it on and pretty much bring all these high school students and get them to think about coming to college instead of going directly to where they're just other alternatives. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other individuals?
Hello, everyone. Sixth Student Association is hosting their quarterly Turban Day. I think all of you would look absolutely beautiful in turbans. So please come out. It's going to be Wednesday, week 5 at the Bell Tower. I know maybe I shouldn't have said this in public comment, but yeah, just in the past, I've come to every Sunday. I've heard advertisements.
If you want to know, I can send it to all of them. Okay. There's 4 minutes left.
Yes, I'm here to thank you not for working on the same thing besides that kind of resolution and for them. And I want to invite the rest of the senators and all of y'all on the first to join us tomorrow on we're going to have a die-in as an action in front of the campus store starting at 10:30. And basically we're just asking you to die-in for 15 minutes to honor the 1,134 Bangladesh workers that were killed in the collapse that happened actually. But yesterday was the 1 year anniversary of the collapse. Oh no, today, the 1 year anniversary of the collapse. So I would really invite you all to go on and feel like it would be a really powerful statement and stand and show them. So, thank you.
If you also want to send me an email, you can pass that on to send it to me. But I think you passed it on fire, so you pass it on fire. Thank you. Any other individual? No? Okay, we're going to move on then. We're going to move on to our next item on our agenda, that's Section K, Roundtable Announcement. I'd like to begin this time on, I think they started on my right. There's that fellow. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Senator Andrew Paul? Thank you. Senator Sean Conrad? Thank you. Senator Thomas? Thank you. Senator Shadid?
Like Andrew said, make sure to vote for the Highlander Empowerment. Also, good luck on this one.
Thank you very much. Senator Andrew
Yeah, so please remember to vote and also please come out to the next Senate meeting. I think it's very important for all of you to be there. Thank you. 3 months.
I just don't want you to forget.
I'll come back after. President. Okay. Vice President, State Affairs Committee.
All right. Just briefly, Senator Bob Huff tweeted the other day that the UC or California has the highest acceptance of Latino students in its history. So why do we need SCA Bob? So in response, yes, thank you. That makes that's what's going on. So in response to that, if anyone is interested in that, Senator Bob Huff, we're going to leave that so students can actually tell them exactly why we need SCA 5. So if anyone wants any more information, please talk to me about it. I'll just share it all over my Facebook and on dance. Yeah, it's at, I think it's at Bob Huff 90. Yeah. All right, so I just wanted to put that out there. If anyone wants more information, please talk to me.
Thank you very much, Vice President of External Affairs, Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs, Johnny Talk. Okay. Thank you very much, Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs, Johnny Talk. Moving on to Senate Secretary Alice Khan. Thank you very much. For my report, thank you very much for everybody for cooperating with us this evening. I really appreciate it. Not an easy job trying to cut people off, and I'll come off and you all think that come off this meeting, but thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for cooperating and for not turning our meeting over. Thank you. And I really appreciate your attendance. I hope to see you all next week. We'll be reconvening in the Senate chambers. If you do switch to location, I'll be passing note like I did yesterday. Otherwise, moving on, part of the Senate document.
Tomorrow, April 24th, marks the 99th anniversary that the Armenian genocide has gone unrecognized. Tomorrow will be Thursday, and a lot of Armenians and a lot of people on campus will be placing flowers between Subway and Coffee. If you'd like to bring a flower, that'd be awesome.
Thank you very much for the Senate document. Motion spoken for Aaron Johnson. Thank you. Marking for motions directly reviewing the flower. Sorry, try to use the other mic better. Oh, very much.
Hello. Okay, thank you. Pretty sure this is an announcement. I guess it's up to the chair's discretion. Real quick before we leave, I'd like to read from the bylaws, Chapter 15, Marketing and Promotions Director. Section 4, create marketing and promotional campaigns that accurately brand ASUCR through all publications. After tonight's meeting, after multiple meetings that we've had, I'd like to remind everyone that my job is entirely dependent on how everyone on this horseshoe is acting. I'd like to tell everyone to remember fall quarter, remember the progress we had. I've noticed entirely too many snide remarks on the group, and that's from all sides. And I hope we can move past that. I really love ASUCR and what we represent and all the projects we've had. And I just want the opportunity to continue to do so for the rest of this quarter in a positive manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for motions that we provided to outreach directly and content.
Hello. Thank you everyone for coming out today and for staying the entirety of the meeting, and also thank you for the Highlander for being here and for helping us live stream and for being here for the entirety of the meeting and helping us.
Yes, thank you, Highlander. Thank you, Michael. Good to see you. Okay, Senator Nafi, just pass the mic there.
I encourage you to vote for the sides that are on your side.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Gordon. Thank you. Senator Kenneth.
Vote for GCAP.
Thank you very much. Gonna be with our money.
Definitely just echoing, vote for all the referendums are all extremely important to you as students. Please keep them in mind. Please pass that information out to your friends. And if you guys aren't busy tomorrow night, we're having our second EDC week celebration. Karaoke with the candidates. You get to sing. My voice is terrible. I'm not running, therefore I won't be singing. But hopefully you all will be there. And on Friday we'll be having our bounce house bonanza out on the lawn. You can come joust and play in the bounce house and relive your childhood. I think that's very important, especially after an intense night like tonight. And lastly, thank you for everyone keeping your composure during these week speaks of everyone in our campus community, and I hope that carries on into the rest of the quarter and the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Money. We're going to move on to Senator Tindon.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Nar.
Pass.
Senator Fernando Chavez.
Thank you everyone for attending the entire meeting, sticking through for so many hours. Thank you to Highlander again. Make sure that you get to voting. It's very important that you all are very informed and actually know who you're voting for. It's important since you pay $12.50. Lastly, make sure to support the elections committee because I know they actually tried really hard today to actually get people out to their events. And I know they want to push it a little more, so make sure to show up tomorrow and the next day because they put in a lot of work and a lot of money's going to them. So it's important to actually support them. And lastly, make sure to go to CSP's event on Saturday. Help them out later.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Fernando Chavez. I think we're going to move on. Did I miss it? I hope I didn't miss it. Okay, good. Section now on our agenda, that's section adjournment. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor for a motion to adjourn. Senator Shadi moves to adjourn the meeting this evening. Is there a second? Second by Senator Henry Watt. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All those opposed? And abstain. All those opposed? Abstain. All those opposed? Okay, dismiss everybody. Members of the Senate, you are not good to go home. The tables and chairs, we gotta take them back to the office. I am sorry. But we gotta take everything back to the office. Otherwise, the meeting is adjourned at 12:35. Have a wonderful morning. Thank you very much for multimedia.